Hello and welcome into the stream for everyone tuning in on YouTube. It's good to have you in here with me today. We have around 100 Trump supporters lined up to have conversations with. In fact, we already have our first Trump supporter, Miss Amanda, on the live. Amanda, you told us that you support the current administration. You are part of that, ever decreasing 29% of Americans that do. So tell us why.
I like a lot of his policies. I was not happy with the Biden administration. I paid more in taxes and I had no change in job, pay, anything. Didn't change a tax bracket. I do like his approach on the deportation since Biden opened the border.
Okay, let's start with that first claim. You paid more in taxes because of Biden. So yeah, they did pass, their new tax code. It was included within one of their first bills in Congress. They reorganized the tax structure. So I just want to clarify, that was a terrible tax code that you'd never support, never endorse, and never vote for again, right? Brianna, thank you for the galaxy.
On Biden's, no, I would not have voted for higher taxes. No, I'm a single mom.
So do you mind if I ask you another follow-up question? What if that?
Sure.
What if it wasn't Biden, but it was like Trump? Like, just hypothetically speaking, I want to see how like biased or non-biased you are.
Sure.
If that tax code was Trump's, would you like still have voted for him?
No, I like to think that first I'm registered independent.
Mm-hmm.
So I based my vote on my 4 years under Trump and my 4 years under Biden.
Okay, so you wouldn't have voted for Trump if that was Trump's tax code. What if you were like hypothetically right now in this alternate version of reality where I told you that it actually was Trump's tax code? Would you just like rescind all of your support for him? Would you say, oh, never mind, I don't really support his administration anymore?
Not necessarily. I mean, that's just something that happened, under the Biden years, but I support.
But that was like a big deal. Like, you definitely wouldn't support like Trump if that was his tax code, right? Like the same way that you told us.
I mean, that would not be my only reason. No, I believe in due process, but I believe
it was Trump's tax code. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay. Well, that's funny because I did my taxes this time around and I only got a little bit more because I was able to claim my daughter this year. But we're talking a difference of maybe like $200. So if that was then Biden's, then it's funny because again, I haven't changed jobs or tax brackets or anything like that. Made about the same.
Dude, come on! You told us that this is like one of the biggest reasons why you didn't support Biden.
No, I didn't know.
Then when I tell you that it's actually Trump's tax code, it wasn't Biden's. You're like, oh, I guess it's not that big of a deal anymore.
No, I'm not saying it's not a big deal. I'm just telling you that between Trump and Biden years, the difference between my tax return in the Biden years and the now Trump years was a difference of $200. My biggest thing is the illegal immigration and all that kind of stuff. I believe in due process, but I believe in due process coming in and going out. So I don't know. I guess I find it funny that now it's all about due process when it's leaving, but there was no due process coming in. I'm a single mom of a daughter. I would like to feel safe even walking down the street. I mean, look at Lake and Riley. She was out for a jog and got killed by an illegal immigrant. I think that we should know who's coming in, who's coming out.
Okay, so first and foremost, this is going to be a shocker to you. I actually think that we should try to reduce undocumented migration into America. Okay, I think that we should try to eliminate it outright by offering as many legal means of entry into this country as fast as possible. So there's no incentive to use undocumented means of entry. Let's clarify on that point. So you're telling me I'm the hypocrite because I think that you don't need due process
words in my mouth
in,
that
I do think that you need
words
due
in my
process
mouth. I didn't use the word. I didn't use the word hypocrite.
Well, you were
use the word hypocrite.
Well, you were describing and inferring hypocrisy.
Nope, I'm saying how I feel. I believe in due process going in and coming out.
Okay, if you believe in due process going out of this country, how come you support the administration that doesn't? Point blank period. They've ignored an order from the Supreme Court to facilitate the return of Abrigo Garcia because he wasn't given due process. They've shipped droves of undocumented migrants on planes to Venezuela and now are possibly being held in contempt of court by a federal judge that ruled them to turn those planes around because there wasn't due process. And then in the 100 Days In interview with ABC, Trump straight up said that he doesn't believe in that they don't need to be giving these undocumented migrants due process. Those words came out of his mouth, not mine.
Right. I understand what you're saying. So you want to have due process going out, but they didn't have due process coming in. So I believe in, you get this. I guess it's you came in with no due process. You have to go out no due process. I believe maybe they should get a court date, but I do believe that court date is given, but they don't necessarily stay here, if that makes sense. I don't know where they would go. I'm sorry, I don't know where they would go, but I don't think that you should come in with no due process and then expect due process going out.
Yeah, so I mean, you're just like justifying.
Can we agree though that
you're just
opening the border
Amanda,
the way that it was not the ideal situation, and we can't blame
you're changing
Democrats
the topic
or
of
Republicans.
conversation.
No, I'm not. It's still immigration.
Okay. Well, so it's a topic under immigration. However, it's not the topic that we were discussing previously. Arthur,
okay,
thank
so
you so
let's
much for the
finish
media
the one.
shower.
Let's finish
the first one. Do you mind if I hop in here real quick, Amanda?
Go ahead.
Okay, sweet. So you're justifying like Donald Trump's claim that these individuals do not deserve due process on their way out. That's what you just told us. You don't believe in due process, and that's a fact. So what I don't understand. Yes, it is. Amanda, if you would just allow
words
me a
in the
moment.
mouth. Words in the mouth.
I'm not putting words. I feel like sometimes.
Yes, I'm saying.
Amanda, would you let me finish here without you interrupting me? If I'm saying something that isn't a correct interpretation of your view, feel free to correct me after I finish speaking, not while I'm in the middle of.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I feel like oftentimes when I'm having these conversations that I'm being gaslit like fucking crazy. Amanda, you just sat here and you told me, okay, with thousands of people listening in, that if you don't come in with due process, if you're an undocumented migrant, that you quote unquote, these are your words, I am quoting you should not expect due process on your way out. Okay? So here's what I don't get. Why do you condemn undocumented migrants so much for breaking the law, but then when Donald Trump breaks the law, by ignoring the Supreme Court, by ignoring federal judges, by telling a reporter from ABC that they do not deserve due process on the way out, that you support it full-heartedly?
I'm pretty sure that I'm not supporting no due process coming in or going out. I never said I wasn't. I don't think that you should get due process going out if you did not get due process going in. I work with people who are immigrants who came in legally, who are equally upset. So I have heard the other side of it. They've spent thousands, years. I actually work with a gentleman.
Wait, did you just say that
immigrants I let you
have
finish.
spent
I let you
thousands
finish.
of-
I let you finish.
Okay.
I let you finish.
Okay.
I had a gentleman come to this country when he was 6 years old. He's now 45. He came here when he was 6. Family spent millions, all that. Let me rephrase, not millions, thousands of dollars to become legal immigrants here. And he thinks it's extremely unfair that these people are expecting to come in with no due process that he had to go through, and, courts, all that, and they can have things just handed to them. So I don't understand why people think that it's okay to come in with no due process, but demand due process leaving. So I'm on both sides. You don't have due process going in. I don't think that you should get due process. And I'm sorry, if we're going to talk about the Maryland dad, I'm quoting that. You heard his wife on TV.
How would they know if they came in without due process? How would they know if they came in without due process if they don't give them due process?
You think that you should just be able to walk in and have housing, all that? I mean,
Amanda, I don't know if you hear my question. I'll go ahead and repeat it. So I just want to make it clear. You are saying that we should not give migrants due process before deportation, including the CCOT death camps in El Salvador. How do you identify if an individual is an undocumented migrant without a valid claim to asylum or a refugee in America if you do not give them due process on the way out?
Okay, so then let me give you a follow-up question so I can fully answer the question. So if I'm in this country, I get pulled over, questioned, how do we know if shouldn't they have a green card? Because the person that I work with, who's been here since he was sick, green card, visas. So if you don't have that and you didn't keep that up to date, I guess the same thing. Why didn't you keep your stuff up to date? What's the issue with that, I guess?
Yeah, but my question is, how can you prove that somebody doesn't have a status of residency or other legal means of existence in America without giving them due process to make that determination?
So you're telling me that they're just literally walking up to people and being like, "That's it, you're out of here"?
Well, I mean that I know. I personally do know friends that ICE has detained just because of the color of their skin in Texas. Okay, and it's also worth clarifying here that they have also deported citizens. And once again, I don't understand this position at all, and I want you to be able to hear me out here. You are justifying taking away human rights from humans. Okay, I think it is disgusting, deplorable, and gross that you're sitting here saying that humans do not deserve due process, and we could send somebody to a death camp in El Salvador because of fucking tattoos on their hand. Okay, I think that it is.
Wait,
no,
wait,
I'm
wait,
not. I'm not done. I'm about to mute you,
heard.
Amanda.
No, I'm not.
There you go. You're going on mute. Okay. I think it is absolutely insane. I can't even believe that you're sitting here telling me that there's circumstances where you don't think the Constitution matters. Okay. Because I want it to be very clear here. Very clear. Okay. When the Supreme Court ordered the Trump administration to facilitate the return of Abrigo Garcia so he could be given due process, they ruled his deportation is unconstitutional. Okay.
Can you give me a source on death camps, please?
Which is that's what I'm calling CCOT. Okay. And which is a stricter, higher level of legislation compared to any penal code relating to undocumented entry into this country.
I need a source on the death camps because I have not heard that, and I follow people like you on TikTok, NPR, CNN, Fox News, multiple Google. I don't know, because I don't believe in mainstream media. I have to source many things. Can you give me the source on death camps? Because I've not heard that they're literally picking somebody up and being like, "That's it, I'm killing you."
Oh well, I mean, many of them die in CCOT. Okay, that's my claim. Would you prefer me to call it like a concentration camp, just so like we could have a conversation and you could respond?
I'm literally just asking for a source, if that's okay, so I can research that, because I've not heard that we're going down to camps and killing people. I mean, that sounds a little like Hitler, and I've not heard anything like Hitler.
The reason why I use terms such as concentration camp or death camp to refer to CCOT is because people are being put in CCOT in El Salvador without due process, and there's no level of and like the humane standards for treatment of the individuals inside of CCOT is incredibly low. I mean, there's humans in CCOT right now that are pent up like chickens on a farm. Okay, I mean, and all that you need to look at, the source to understand that what I'm saying is correct, is literally the propaganda put out by El Salvador. Yeah, go look at their own footage of the treatment. You literally just said it's
propaganda. So how do I know that it's true or not? How do we know that? You just called it propaganda.
It's propaganda from the state of El Salvador, which means they want to make CCOT look as good as possible. But even in the propaganda released by the state of El Salvador, I mean, you could tell that these individuals maybe have like a square foot and a half of like real estate per person inside of CCOT. Okay, but I want you to actually, without interrupting me, wait for me to finish, please, Amanda. You are pivoting and you are ignoring my overall claim here, and you are rather hinging on to something very specific that I said about CCOT. So I'm like willing to call
I
CCOT.
just literally want a source. I'm sorry. I would like a source. I like to be informed.
I just gave you the reasons in which why I use that term of reference. Now I would like you to respond to the meat on the bone. Once again, the meat on the bone is a simple fact that you were saying that you don't support the Constitution. You were saying that you support constitutional
When did I say that?
When you said that you don't think that they deserve due process on their way out.
This is so funny.
It was ordered by the Supreme Court that they did, particularly Abrigo Garcia.
Maryland Dad? Is that who we're referring to? Maryland Dad, whose wife is literally scared of him, who is... could we use somebody else? Because I feel like that's a little... I don't know if that's really, if we want to call it, well, technically he's not a citizen, so an upstanding human.
Okay, so you're saying because he's not a
child has beat his
so listen. Now you're doing the same thing here. You're saying that because you think he's a bad guy.
Therefore you don't think that we should be using that one example.
Therefore you don't care that we're violating his constitutional rights.
What about
Amanda? I'm going to go ahead and put you on mute now because I want you to respond exactly what I'm saying. I just want to clarify: is your argument that you think Abrigo Garcia is a bad guy, therefore you don't care we're violating his constitutional right to due process?
No, but it's my understanding.
That's not your argument.
No, you're not letting me answer.
Then what is your
I let you finish, and you're not letting me answer.
Well, I mean, you did answer. You said no, so I want to know what your argument is.
I did not finish. I was literally talking. You started talking.
Okay, for sure. Go ahead and finish.
For first, it's not just because he's quote unquote not an upstanding human. It's my understanding that people who are not citizens don't follow under the Constitution. I don't think he's a good example. Could we give me someone who would
So that's
follow
not true.
under a Constitution?
So, Amanda, I'd like to clarify that that statement is false. And the Supreme Court ruled that statement is false when they ruled that the Trump administration has to facilitate his return.
Okay, so we can agree to disagree, and that's okay. That's fine.
No, we actually
Yes.
cannot agree to disagree. We cannot agree to
okay.
disagree.
Well, let's keep going
give
then.
me a single legal precedent set by any judge, by any court, by any Supreme Court in which would rule that undocumented migrants or non-citizens do not have some constitutional protections, including due process. Okay, right? As far as I know, now feel free to correct me on this, that it is the Supreme Court in which has the ultimate power to interpret the law of the land, the American Constitution, and that is the power delegated to them by the Constitution, okay? So when the Supreme Court rules that, yes, Abrigo Garcia does have some constitutional protections, in fact, he does have the constitutional right to due process, and therefore they ordered the Trump administration to facilitate his return in a 9-0 ruling in a 6-3 conservative-leaning Supreme Court that your claim that undocumented migrants do not have any constitutional protections is simply
I just said that
not
was my understanding.
true.
I didn't say that I knew that for a fact. I'm just saying
Well, I'm
it was
giving-
my understanding. So
I'm giving you reason why your
can we-
understanding
can
is
we-
wrong.
Can we take a deep breath? You don't need to yell at me. I'm actually older than you. You don't have to talk to me like I'm 2 years old. We can calmly talk. We don't need to scream and yell. You guys like to do that to make people feel little. You're not going to make me feel little. So we can just talk. We're adults. I would assume you're an adult, like I'm an adult. So I think we can just talk. We don't need to scream and yell.
Okay.
I don't think I'm screaming and yelling. So let's deep breath in, out. We don't need to scream and yell. It's going to be okay.
Okay. I don't think I was screaming and yelling at you, but I'll take it. I won't scream and yell at you. Continuing on, I would just really appreciate it if you'd respond to what I said. So what I said was very clear. You're making the argument that non-citizens don't have constitutional protections.
First of all, I said it was my understanding. You can
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong, and that's fine. Again,
So,
we're
so can you,
adults.
can you,
We're
can you
adults.
concede? Can you concede that your understanding is incorrect?
That I might be misinformed. That's fine. That's why
It's
I
not
got
that
up
you-
on
it's
here
not
so
that
that
you
we
might
can
be
debate.
It's not that you might be misinformed. It's that you are misinformed. And
That's fine. I
gave
can
you the
admit that I'm an
evidence.
adult, but I don't need to scream and yell at people to get my point across.
Amanda,
Can we move on to the
I'm
to the
getting my
next
point
thing?
across to you right now without screaming and yelling. And no, we cannot move on to the next thing before you
Okay.
concede that undocumented migrants do have some constitutional protections, including a right to due process.
I think I made that clear at the beginning that I think that if you did not have due process coming in, I don't believe that you should have due process in. And I think that all these people should have had due process coming in.
Okay.
As they should be able to get it
do
going
you mind if
out.
I take the
don't.
mic?
I'm sorry.
Do you mind if I take the mic from you real quick?
I'm sure. I think I said
Okay.
from the very beginning. I'm just making that
So-
clear that I don't understand why we're all.
I'll tell
I
you.
think that
I'll
what is
tell you
wrong
as soon as
here,
I take the
think
mic.
what is wrong here is people did not get due process coming in.
I'm still waiting to speak. Just let me know when I have the mic.
Okay, well, I before you put words in my mouth, I think I made it pretty clear that I don't believe in no due process coming in, and you should not.
You made how
think
you
that
think
you
it's
get it coming
clear.
up.
Just let me know when I could speak.
Go ahead. You tell me how it's okay to not have due process coming in, and that you think that you should have it going out.
Okay, Amanda, you're being incredibly bad faith. You're being so incredibly bad faith. Do you remember when I told you that I actually don't support undocumented migration into America, and I offered you my solution on how we fix it? Yes or no?
I did hear you say that, but I have not heard where you said it was very
come
wrong
on.
to let all these
So
people.
come on.
I don't know
Amanda.
why you
really.
think, but
No,
I
I'm
don't
going to take the
understand
mic
how you
back
can
because
think
I'm going to
it's okay
finish
to not
fleshing
have
out
due
my
process
position.
coming in
Come
and
on,
no due
really, Amanda? Are we being serious? So I just want
Yes,
to clarify
I'm really
that you
serious
just no
why
no
you
no no
think
no
it
no
was
no no no
okay
no
to
no no
have
no.
people
Just
coming
don't
in and
stop
you want
interrupting
it
me.
going
I'm
out.
gonna mute you in around 5 seconds if you don't stop interrupting me. So come on, Amanda. Are we serious? Can you stop being so bad faith? So I just asked you crystal clear, right? If you heard me earlier when I gave you my position that I don't support undocumented entry into this country in my solution, okay? Then you just affirmed that you did. So I
you
no
didn't- you didn't give
no,
me a
Amanda, you're
solution.
interrupting me again. I did give you a solution, okay? Right? And we could go over that later. By the way, I did not mute you. You muted yourself. now that you can understand that you are being incredibly bad faith and you are intentionally misrepresenting my views when you say that I support coming into this country without due process, I think that we need to move on from that bad faith conversation. I think that we need to move on.
I said that.
And now you just said that. You just 10 seconds ago. Like literally 10 seconds ago. You said that before I opened my mouth, like this most recent time. Amanda. Come on. Unreal. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to what I was saying. We're just going to ignore that, and feel free to unmute your mic. Just please don't interrupt me. So here's the deal, Amanda. So you did agree that, yes, undocumented migrants in America do have some constitutional protections, and they do have a constitutional right to due process in an immigration hearing in a court before their deportation. And Donald Trump has been ignoring that and deporting individuals without granting them due process, okay? You concede and you admit that that is a constitutional violation. Now, you have told us that you were just simply okay with this constitutional violation. Okay, and what's my reason? Yes, you did. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me again, Amanda. Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. I'm going to mute you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and now you're muted because you're interrupting me. Anyways, so you said that you don't think that undocumented migrants should have those constitutional protections, which means that you're okay with violating their constitutional rights. That is very crystal clear, Amanda. You told me and everyone else listening, okay, and I mean, you've reiterated this position a lot, okay, so I don't understand why this is being misinterpreted. You're the one that has told us like 10 times that if you don't have due process coming in, then you shouldn't have due process going out, okay? So the claim you shouldn't have due process going out is saying that they shouldn't have constitutional rights going out. Okay? And what does that equate to? You supporting the Trump administration who's deporting them without giving them their constitutional rights, which means you support a constitutional violation. It's like a very easy A equals B, therefore B equals C. You don't think undocumented migrants should have due process going out. Due process is a constitutional right. You don't think undocumented migrants should have constitutional rights. I'm mute now. Feel free. She doesn't know how to mute herself. You did it last time. Amanda, you're muted right now. Maybe she does know how to unmute herself, but because she did it last time, she just doesn't know that she's muted. There you go.
No, I was making sure you were completely finished.
I am.
So I guess at the end of the day, we're not going to see completely eye to eye, and that's okay. But I do think that all this anger that people have towards the Trump administration, where my anger is we wouldn't be in this position had these people had the due process to begin with, and people like Laken Riley, Rachel Morin would still be alive if we had done due process.
Do you blame?
I apologize, but there was also the 13-year-old as well who was killed, and I have a child, and God forbid she was out with friends. I'd like to believe I'm in a very safe area, but I'm sure Jocelyn's mother thought she was in a very safe area too. And unfortunately, she woke up with her child no longer with her. And that scares me because there was no due process then.
Hey, why do you never talk about Molly Tibbetts? Just out of curiosity, you act like you care about victims of violent crimes, but then you never mention Molly Tibbetts, who was unalived by an undocumented migrant under Trump's administration. I just find it so hypocritical. And what that tells me is that you really don't care about these victims of violent crimes. You only say their names.
Oh, give me her name because I would care.
And you're muted again because you interrupted me. You only say their names as a device of propaganda against Democrats. That is what is true at the end of the day. And by the way, I want to make it incredibly clear. Okay, I also agree that violent crime is bad. All right. I also want to point out that there will be more violent crime under the Trump administration. Why do I say that? Because a lot of violent crime is a direct consequence of poverty. Okay? And I think that poverty will go up under a Trump administration. In fact, I think it already is. Why do I say that? Well, let's face facts. The Institution of Economics and Taxation has indicated that Donald Trump's economic policy in its totality redistributes wealth from the poor to the rich. In fact, it decreases the purchasing power of every American making under $395,000 per year. And America's on its way to a recession. And now this isn't just a projection. I could say this with confidence because we've already gotten the GDP growth figures from the first financial quarter of 2025. Guess what? It went down. One more to go, right? And also, I really want to point out here that I don't think the felon, rapist, criminal is going to be good at dealing with felons, rapists, and crime.
Okay, can I talk or?
Yeah.
Okay, so I left myself muted. So to go back, what is that other person? You said Molly Tibbetts, is that correct? Okay, so I would look into her. I guess the reason why I didn't hear about her under the Trump administration is because Trump did not have very loose border policies and didn't have the thousands and thousands and thousands coming in. So there was more and more reported, but I don't agree with any of that. So if they came in illegally under the Trump administration, I feel equally that that individual does not deserve due process. So I'm not a hypocrite because I'm actually registered independent. But I think that at the end of the day, we can all agree, because you said that you did not agree with it. So that would be that I will call it, quote, opening the border. I know that for a very long time by mainstream media, why I have to research on multiple sources that the border was closed was not a true statement. And it was not closed for a very long time. It was my understanding.
You're talking
that
about the border being open or closed.
less.
Do you mind if I ask you a question about your first point before you talk about this one?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, you just said that you don't believe that the offenders that have committed these violent crimes against these U.S. citizens deserve due process. That this, once again, just reaffirms that you don't care about the victim. Okay, it is so important that we give due process.
How is that?
I'm explaining right now.
Okay, so the victim.
I'm explaining right now. I'm explaining
Okay, so
right
why
now,
does that?
and then you
Why does
stop
the
me during my
person? How
explanation.
does that not make me care about the victim?
I'm
We
explaining
should not be
literally
here.
right. I'm literally explaining right now.
Okay, tell me how I don't care about
I'm literally,
the victim,
I'm
'cause I
literally
never said that.
explaining right now. You just need to stop
Okay,
interrupting
go ahead.
and
I'm going
speaking
to
and
mute
listen.
myself, so go ahead.
Unbelievable. So the reason,
Yes, you're unbelievable.
so the reason you want to give of potential offenders of violent crimes, such as violent crimes committed against these U.S. citizens, due process, is because you want to make sure that you're able to determine who actually did it. Okay? Because if you're gonna label an undocumented migrant as a killer, as a murderer, as a rapist because of a crime committed against a U.S. citizen, and you place that label on them without giving them due process, and then you arrest them and you charge them with that, and then you either put them in jail or deport them to El Salvador, guess what? Because you didn't give them due process, you don't have certainty nor confidence that they actually committed that crime. And the only way that you can have that confidence is if you give them due process through our criminal justice system. Okay? And guess what happens when we don't have a particular level of confidence that these violent offenders actually are violent offenders? Well, then maybe you're letting the real violent offender walk free. Okay? It is so important that we give due process to potential violent offenders in this country, and we send them through the criminal justice system, because it's the criminal justice system, it's discovery, and the standard of evidence upheld by the jury of 12 inside of a criminal court that is the best tool we have to determine if somebody did or didn't do it, right? And we need to make sure that we use that tool so we can provide consequences to and lock up the people that did do it. And if they didn't do it and we got it wrong, then we know that the real violent offender is still out there. So when you say, no, we don't need a jury of 12, we don't need a standard of evidence beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, we don't need discovery, okay? We don't need court proceedings. We could just say who did it just because we think so, okay? Or enough evidence to make an arrest, okay? Then you're saying that you're okay with accepting an incredibly low standard of evidence to determine that somebody committed a crime, meaning that it's possible that the real violent offender is still out there on the streets and could potentially recommit. Giving due process to offenders is very important for victims.
Is it okay to talk?
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
I can understand where you're coming from, but again, I think that going back to okay, so Lake and Riley's killer has now had due process, if you would like to call it that.
That's true. That he was given
Okay.
due process, and you don't think he should have been.
I don't think I think I made it clear from the beginning that I don't think that we should have opened the door. Let me phrase it
No,
to you
you're
this
pivoting.
way.
Stop it. I just want you to
I'm not,
agree.
no, I'm not actually. No, I'm not. So if I'm
Amanda,
living in my
I'm
home,
really close to kicking you because you're just simply not responding to the points that I'm making. The very specific
I
points
just said
that
I can understand how you feel that way. How is that?
So then you concede that we should be giving individuals due process, regardless of their status of residency or citizenship.
Okay, so my understanding from multiple sources that we are putting them in Guatemala or some, I think it's called. I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong. And you're telling me that it's like chicken. So I guess at the end of the day, where I stand, and it sounds
when you say at the end of the day, that just means that you're not actually going to respond to what I said.
Yeah, I think I made it clear that you want to have literally due process for every individual that we let in.
Wait, I want to clarify. That's not only what I want. That's what the
thing.
Constitution demands.
Okay, then what do you suppose that we do? Let me ask it to you this way: you want everyone to have due process. So if
Once again, not just what I want. That's what the Constitution demands.
Okay, the Constitution, we'll word it that way, wants due process. So I find A, we'll call it person A, on the street. I'm law enforcement. I'm ICE. I'm whatever you would like to call. Where does A go for said due process? Where are we going to hold them so that they can get due process?
How I mean I don't know.
How do I guess that's where how do
I don't
we
know
do
the
due
specifics, and I
process?
don't understand why I need to.
How are we proving that A is
With
either
a
documented
trial?
or not?
With a hearing in an immigration court.
Okay, but until they
Brandon, thank
get
you so
that,
much for the
where do
galaxy. I
where do we
appreciate that.
hold that? How do you do that? Do we do that
you should probably ask an immigration lawyer, not me.
No, I'm asking you because you say you want them to have due process. So you have been pulled over. Okay, I'm gonna say that I'm undocumented. I get pulled over. Where should I go while waiting for due process?
I think that's up to the judge.
Right, but I'm talking about at the point I get pulled over. Do I go home and go back to a court date? Do I get held overnight and have that next morning? Like if I committed a crime myself, I would have it next morning.
I've already answered this. I've already answered this 3 times, and I'll answer it 1/4 and final time. I don't know. I'm not an immigration lawyer. I would suggest that you direct your question towards an immigration lawyer.
Okay. Well, I guess then you wouldn't be able to have this conversation then because you want them to have due process, but then where would they go? I'm asking you, as in your opinion, where should they go? Is my understanding they're going to what you call El Salvador and chickens in a cage?
You're saying that I'm not qualified to say that.
I didn't say not qualified. Where did I say I'm not qualified? Where did I didn't even use that word.
You said that I shouldn't be talking about this.
I did not say I said we should not be talking about this then. Is we? How is that again?
I think that we could agree.
Arguing through some.
Amanda,
this is ridiculous.
Amanda, it is ridiculous because I think that we could.
Yes, it is.
I think that we could agree that people deserve constitutional rights because the Constitution says so, without knowing the specifics of the process of due process, and particularly housing or where an individual would be while they're undergoing due process. Okay, I could come up. No, I'm still speaking. I could come up with some answer that is possibly true, that is possibly false. But at the end of the day, I don't know, and I think that that is a perfectly valid and fine answer. Okay, and I don't think that that changes the fact that individuals deserve constitutional protections. Okay, and I just once again I want to reiterate the final conclusion of your claim here. Okay, you're saying that you're okay with constitutional violations and you don't think that they deserve due process. Now, let me ask you this follow-up question. Okay, would you say that you are okay with these constitutional violations, not giving undocumented migrants due process when deporting them because it increases average qualities of lives in this country?
Well, first of all, I don't think. Oh, sorry, I dropped my phone. I don't think that I said that that they didn't get due process. What I said at the beginning, and I'm asking you because it's my understanding. Maybe I should make it clear what my understanding is that people are being held in El Salvador.
I'm muting you. The reason why I just muted you is because this is all just nonsense. You've said it 20 times now that you don't think that undocumented migrants deserve due
Nope,
process on their way out.
I'm literally saying that
Okay,
I've made
then
it
leave.
clear, and so
Amanda,
I'm saying
Amanda, then leave, please. I mean, if you're not going to hold to like what you've already said 20 times, this conversation's not worth it for me. So I mean, unless you're just gonna be, yeah, Dean, I understand that I've told you 20 times that I don't think undocumented migrants deserve due process on their way out, which means you're okay which means you think it's okay when the Trump administration doesn't give them that due process. Then just leave, man. Like if you're not gonna have like any type of backbone, any type of spine when you're engaging in these conversations, and you're gonna say something here, but then when I kind of put some pressure on you for it, you're just gonna act as if you never said it. I'm gonna talk to someone else. But I'm going to give you one last opportunity. I'm going to give you one last opportunity to just agree that you said multiple times that you don't think that undocumented migrants deserve due process on their way out because they didn't have due process coming in.
Number one, I did say that, and it's my understanding that they're being held
Thank you so much
in a place.
Okay, so you did say that. Now I'm going to go back to my question. Now that you've admitted you've said that.
Yeah, and
so
then I
words,
said to you,
you're saying
where
that you're okay.
do you want them to be held? And you said,
Amanda,
don't know.
I just want you to listen to my question. Okay, so yes, you just agreed that you did say that. Perfect. So you're okay with the Trump administration violating their constitutional right to due process and deporting them without due process because you think it increases the average quality of life in America, right?
I don't think I said that, no. But go ahead, continue with your point.
So
go ahead.
Amanda, it's not that you said that. I'm asking you a question.
This is how you and Parker do it. You like to turn it on other people and put words in their mouth, but that's
Amanda,
okay. Go ahead.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm not saying you said that. I'm asking you if you agree with this.
Well, it's my understanding they're being held. As you called it, a place they're like
where they're being held
in a cage
CCOT,
for their due process.
CCOT has nothing to do with my question in the slightest. All that I'm asking you is
okay. Well, then it's my understanding they're being held somewhere for their due process. And you're mad. You're mad.
Being held anywhere has nothing to do with what I'm asking you. I want you to be like, just pay extra close attention to what I'm saying, okay? Because what I'm saying is simple. You don't think that undocumented migrants deserve the right to due process on their way out, so you're okay with the Trump administration deporting them without due process. True or false?
True or false? Do I think that you should get due process when you didn't have due process coming in?
That's
yes.
Not even what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is...
To an extent. Yes, I said that.
So what I'm asking you is...
And then you told me that you don't know where they can go, where they're going to stay and get due process.
Amanda, you're not listening to me because that's not the question I asked you. You made up a new question in your head. You changed the question that I asked you. You did not answer the question that came out of my mouth. So once again, I want you to listen extra clear to the words that are coming out of my mouth because I want you to understand the question that
you can listen extra clear too.
Okay. Yeah, I say we both do. So once again, the question that I want you to answer, you're okay with the Trump administration not giving them due process when they're deporting them because you don't think they deserve it. True or false?
I didn't say they don't deserve it. I don't think that you should expect due process coming in when you broke the law coming in.
Yeah, which is why you don't think they deserve it on their way out. That's kind of like, yeah, that's what you said. And I
said yes to an extent. Yes to an extent. Well, I guess.
Okay, so
I just asked you, and you said you didn't know. I just want to clarify.
Amanda, you're on mute now. So I just want to clarify that the answer to my question is yes. That you are okay with the Trump administration violating.
That would be false because I said yes with exceptions, but you don't want to put that.
Okay,
you
so then the answer.
As the bad guy. But go ahead.
So then
the answer. Fine. I don't care. I can be the bad guy. You're a total stranger.
Shut the fuck up. So then the answer to my question is: you think that yes, to an extent, the Trump administration is justified in deporting undocumented migrants without giving them their constitutional rights, correct?
And what about my constitutional right to keep us safe as an American?
Dude, Amanda, I'm about to lose my shit.
This is so funny.
I don't want to lose. Yes, you are really upsetting me right now. Like I
know, and it's quite hilarious. You're so mad.
Idiocracy at its finest. You think it's hilarious that you're upsetting me because you're being incredibly frustrating. Unfucking real. I apologize for telling you to shut the F up. But once again, I just want to clarify. My question was, you're okay with the Trump administration violating undocumented migrants' rights and not giving them due process because you don't think that they deserve it? And your answer is yes to an extent.
Yes, to an extent, yes. Because you can't
No.
tell me where they should
No,
stay
please stop.
while they wait for due
Please
process.
stop. No, please stop. Okay.
Nope, because
Okay,
you need,
so now-
if you're
so-
going to debate people,
Perfect. So you agreed that the answer to that question was yes. So taking it one step further, because I'm constructing an argument that requires your input without the rambles, okay? So you're okay with violating that constitutional right of the undocumented migrants and deporting them without due process because you think it's good for the qualities of lives in this country? Like you think it makes the country better, right?
I'm pretty sure I just asked, you said you didn't know when I said, where would you like the people to wait for their due process? And because nobody
do you keep
knows,
bringing
then
that up?
yes, I guess. Because you're saying that I should just go, oh, okay. So, again, let's pretend I'm human A, undocumented. Where should you want me to have due process? Where should I stay?
So you're
That matters.
So you're arguing
Just
that-
like if I committed a crime and you arrest me and I get due process for my crime, where do I stay? I don't think I just go home and live my life and possibly not
Why
show
does
up
it-
for my court date.
Okay, so you're saying that because I don't know like the very specific intricacies and nuances of how due process works, I cannot make the claim that people deserve it, even though they have that constitutional
No,
right.
but I can't sit here and say that no.
Amanda,
I'm
stop
not-
interrupting
go.
me. I didn't interrupt you.
Okay,
So
stop putting
you're
words
not
in my
gonna-
mouth, and I will.
I'm asking you a question. Okay? I'm going to make this incredibly clear to you and everybody else listening to this stream. Okay? I'm not you. I'm not in your mind. I don't have access to your thoughts. Okay? So I will not be able to understand what you think based upon your verbal description the first time. I will not be able to perfectly understand the words that are coming out of your mouth as it relates to how you think and feel. So oftentimes, I will ask you clarifying questions, okay? And I will repeat the argument I think I heard you say to get you to tell me if I have an appropriate and correct understanding of your position, okay? And when I do that, that's not me putting words in your mouth. That's me trying to understand the words coming out of your mouth. And the fact that I'm asking you for clarification should demonstrate that I'm being good faith as hell. I'm not just assuming what you're saying. I'm just asking you for clarification. Okay, Amanda, that's all. That's all. So now let's go back to clarifying. So you said that you are okay with the Trump administration violating undocumented migrants' right to constitutional rights and constitutional protections. Okay? I just want to clarify. You're okay with the administration doing that because you think it makes the country better. Is that your position?
My position would be that I'm okay with it if we can't determine where people are being held. My position is if we don't know where they're being held, no, I don't think that we should get due process.
Okay. Well, you cut out. I didn't mute you.
Killer or a Jocelyn killer saying, hey, so you can do process, you can go ahead and live your life on the streets.
I know.
No, I would like to know
where
where they're being held.
I know where
for
the
due
I know where the
process.
confusion is.
That is my position.
I know where the confusion is coming from. Like the claim that like America doesn't know where individuals are being held during their like proper proceedings is not true. Okay, it's just a fact that I don't know. So see, like
I
what
just
you're
asked
doing,
you, and you said I don't know.
Amanda, listen to me. You just repeated what I said after I said it because you weren't listening to me. Please stop. Like, seriously, please stop doing that. I see what the point
I
of
am listening, but you were not listening to me. So that
fucking hell. Yeah. You think it's funny to act like a literal fucking toddler. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I'm glad. I'm really happy that you're getting enjoyment out of this. Like, this is insane. You literally think it's funny to act like a toddler. You think it's funny that I have people in my chat with 13-year-old children that act more mature than you do. I don't think it's funny. I think it's scary because it is individuals like yourself that made this man president and still support him today. Unreal. Anyways, I'm going to go back to what I was saying. Okay? So I see what the point of misunderstanding or contention is here. Okay. All right. The misunderstanding is that you asked me, like, what happens to undocumented migrants when they're undergoing their due process for their proceedings inside of an immigration court. And I answered that I don't know. Okay. So then you took that claim that I don't know and you equivocated it to the claim that therefore no one knows. And that undocumented migrants are just running around America.
I didn't say nobody knows.
Yes, you did. Because you said that we don't know where they're being held.
No, I didn't. I asked you and you said, I don't know.
Amanda, yes, you did. Because you said that we don't know where they're being held. Okay. The courts do. The judges do.
No.
The lawyers do. The dean doesn't.
See, this is for the words in the mouth. I literally said, you said, I don't know.
No, you said that we don't know. You said because we don't know that therefore they
know.
should. Amanda, stop gaslighting me. Girl,
You're
that's what you
being
said.
really ridiculous.
That's what you said, dude. That's what you said. The whole crux of your position is that because we don't know where undocumented migrants are being held when they're given due process inside of an immigration court, that therefore they shouldn't be given that due process. That's literally what your position is. Okay, but now that I'm calling you out on this, you're just acting as if you didn't say that. And you're just acting as if, yeah, like the correct interpretation is that I don't know. So I just want to clarify, okay, that your position is actually that undocumented migrants shouldn't be given due process inside of immigration courts in America because Dean doesn't know what that due process looks like? I'm the reason why you don't think that undocumented migrants deserve due process? Me? My lack of knowledge of what due process looks like inside of immigration courts is why you think millions of undocumented migrants don't deserve constitutional protections. Is that your position, Amanda?
No, you're literally crashing out and spiraling.
Right. So crash out, spiral, no answer to the question. Once again, you're telling us that because we don't know where undocumented migrants are held, that they don't deserve due process. They deserve to have their constitutional rights violated. I corrected you and I said, no, it's not the case that we don't know. It's that I don't know, but the courts, the judges, and the lawyers do. And then you said, well, I never said it was about anybody outside of yourself, Dean. I said that you don't know. Okay, so just to make sure that I have a correct interpretation of your position here, your position is seriously that millions of undocumented migrants do not deserve their constitutional rights because Dean fucking Withers doesn't know what that looks like.
If that's what you just got out of everything I said, then sure.
So that is your position?
No, that's what you believe. I'm not going to convince you otherwise.
No, I'm asking you about what your position is.
Great.
I'm asking you for clarification on your position.
I just said my position is you can get due process if you're being held somewhere and we're not just saying, oh, hey, you might be a killer. No big deal. Here's your court date in 3 weeks, 5 years, 2 years, 3 years, a year, 6 months, 1 week.
So people that are arrested,
I'm fine with due process. So we're going to hold them until we figure it out.
So people that are arrested for murder are typically held until their court date and denied bail.
But did you not just say that it's not? I'm not doing justice to the victim if we're just arresting someone without due process. Well, if this person,
I didn't say arrest. I didn't say arrest without due process. I said convict without due process.
Okay, and I'm saying,
Amanda, how many continents are there?
This is ridiculous.
How many continents are there?
Pivoting. I'm not. We're going to talk about what we're talking about. Right, I'm not sitting here.
Right. The live got banned. The most insufferable hour of my life. Let's see what got us banned. But once again, I just want to clarify. My question was, you're okay with the Trump administration violating undocumented migrants' rights and not giving them due process because you don't think that they deserve it? And your answer is yes to an extent.
Yes, to an extent, yes. Because you can't tell me while they wait for due process.
Please stop. Okay.
Nope, because...
What? 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 That's the clip that got us banned for hate speech? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I'm having a bad day. I'm having a bad day. Anyways, there's a couple people that I'd like to thank. We submitted that appeal. I think that appeal will get accepted. I think that we'll be back on live in like the next 5 to 10 minutes. Yo, oh my God. David, thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, David. Everyone, please show some love to David down below in the chat. I really appreciate you so much for the love, David. That is so incredibly kind of you. Seriously, thank you so much for the love, David. David says, conversing with extremist Trump-worshipping MAGA maniac Christian nationalist cult members is so fucking frustrating and stressful. Nevertheless, it's essential to try. So, Dean, please use this small gift to care for yourself, nurture and protect your mind and emotions. David! Oh my God, that is so well worded, David. Oh, we got a fucking poet in the stream. Shout out to you, David. Thank you so much, not only for the $100 donation over on Super Chat, but the incredible. I need to read that again. Conversing with extremist Trump-worshipping MAGA maniac Christian nationalist cult members is so fucking frustrating and stressful. Wow. Okay, I need to put that on a goddamn t-shirt. I need to put that on the cover of a goddamn book. Thank you. Thank you for the love. I really appreciate you for that love, Mr. David. Everyone, please show some love to David in that chat. I also got to thank Carbon for the $100 super chat over on YouTube as well. Carmen, thank you so much for the love. Dude, Carmen says, happy Friday, Dean, and thank you for doing all this hard work, educated, brainwashed MAGAs. You're changing the world one conversation at a time. Propaganda is so dangerous. Yeah, and we could see how dangerous that propaganda is just by looking at that last guess. But Carmen, thank you so much for the $100. That is seriously insane. It means the world to me. Thank you, Carmen. Everyone show some love to Carmen down below in that chat. Literally right now, to Carmen and David, at least 1,000 Carmen and David W's, guys. Thank you so much. I'd also like to thank Melis for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you for the love, Melis. James with the $20 super chat as well. Thank you so much for the love, James. James says, got to be one of the first donos on the stream, and we'll be asking if you checked out your CIA handler's recommendation from yesterday. I haven't checked it out yet. Thank you for reminding me, James. Thank you for the $20 from Melis and James. Everyone, 400 Melis and James W's down below in that chat. Also, thank you, Traces, for the 10 recommending I rip the anxiety pin. I like your recommendation, sir. Thank you so much. As well as Tracy Miller with the $10 super chat. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. And then there's one more person, actually possibly 2 or 3 more people that I'd like to thank. If you would give me a moment here. Thank you so very much. Excuse me. To Sid with the $100 donation over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Sid. I want to see everybody showing some love to Sid down below in that chat right the fuck now. Thank you, Sid, so incredibly much for the $100 donation. Sid says, Dean, hope you're feeling okay today. Well, I mean, I've had a decent day up until that fucking last guess. That was insane. But thank you for the love, Sid, as well as Evie with the $3, Daniel with the 10, and O with the 5. Thank you guys so much for the love, as well as Adriana with the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Adriana. And then Lauren, thank you for the $30 on PayPal. Lauren says, watching you is the highlight of my day. You do good work. Thank you so much for the love, Lauren, Adriana, David, Sid. Thank you, you guys. I really appreciate you so much for the love. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. And we got the account back over on TikTok. It was an appeal approved. I mean, I expected that because it got taken down for like no reason at all. What happened to the special guest yesterday? Some shit came up and the event had to be canceled. Unfortunate. Also, did you guys see that Hassan and Ethan Klein are going at it? I was watching that for a while. Also, James, thank you for another $20 super chat. James says, Sid is always a gem in these lives. As your CIA handler, I have to say, I hope everyone had a great May Day yesterday. Yeah, I wasn't able to make it to my local protest, which I was really sad about. But I did have one of the organizers reach out of May Day and Hands Off for like the local protests, and they said like that they want me, they'd hopefully want me to show up at like a lot of like future things in person in my town, as well as maybe some even like in-person debates. And they said that they'd pay me. I just reached out and I said, you don't have to pay me. I want to show up. Let's fucking do it. I love being involved like locally in my community. In fact, it was like some really nice old lady. And funny enough, she actually got in touch with me over Discord, which was also really funny. But thank you everyone so much for the love. Random, I appreciate you so much for the $5. You're awesome. And yeah, we're already live again on TikTok. I was like really trying. I was really trying today to be nice to the guests. And then that happened. Unreal. Hi, guys. Welcome back into the stream. If you're one of the first 100 people that have tuned back into the TikTok stream, good to see ya. Good to see ya. So the stream actually got banned for hate speech, but we got it back. It was a very baseless ban. I watched the clip that got us taken down. It was insane. Yo, I'm a do the thing. Thank you for the $10 super chat over on YouTube, as well as Brianna. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Yeah, anyways, guys, if you're just tuning back in, y'all, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, spamming those likes, spamming those shares, and spamming in that chat. Hopefully, we can kind of get sent out to that For You page, draw the Trump supporters back into the live and to debate. As well as I'd like to respond to specifically what one of these YouTube super chats said in the meantime. So somebody said that, you know, these conversations are a really good way to change people's minds. Brianna, thank you so much for the galaxy. I mean, obviously, like conversations like the last one we had aren't. Like, I was never going to change her mind. That was never going to happen. But I still think that having the conversations with like individuals such as her are really important, just so we could kind of expose the fact that like, if you support Trump today, you're just crazy. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those situations. So it's really good for helping to influence the like thoughts and beliefs of people watching compared to the person I'm actually talking to. Also, Sid with $100 super chat over on YouTube. Sid, thank you so much. Everyone, let's get 1,000 Sid W's. Sid says, one more just because I love you and also want to say hi to the chat. Everyone say hi to Sid while we're getting the very first guest up of the stream. If you are on the TikTok and you're in that queue, make sure that you do indeed support the Trump administration. Shout out to Sid. Say hi to Sid. And yeah, let's also, we're going to get that first guest up in the stream. I'm also going to get loaded in here. What's going on, Drew? Do you support the current administration?
Hey, real quick, Dean, I have a question.
Okay, do you support the Trump admin?
Well, no, I don't.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Drew. Feel free to like ask your question in my Discord. I've actually been really active in there recently, so chances are I'll see it. We're gonna move on to the next guest, everyone. Just give us a minute while we get that next guest up in here. As well as, thank you so much for the really cool gift. I can't. Oh, Catherine, thank you so much for the cool gift, Catherine. What's going on, D Slop? Do you support Trump?
Hey, I just want to start off by saying I'm a big fan.
I appreciate you so much, but you're very obviously under the age of 18. But hey, I appreciate you so much. It's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. What is going on, cover? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, awesome. How old are you?
I am 19 years old.
19. So why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because, from what I've heard, I haven't really talked a lot about him. I haven't really researched a lot about him, but pretty much my entire family voted for him and has been voting for him since 2016. I wasn't able to vote in 2020, obviously, but I probably would actually not have voted for him back then, but I feel like now I would have because the Biden administration, I feel, was just not very good.
Okay, so you support the current administration because the last one was bad. What made the last administration bad?
I don't, so like I said, I don't know a lot about politics. I'm gonna assume it probably wasn't as bad as I thought it was, but I had to pay a lot more for gas for my car. I had a lot of taxes. I know that the tax policy during there was Trump's tax policy, but I just had a lot of definitely a lot of gas prices increasing. So,
okay. How do you think Biden caused the price of gas to increase?
I actually don't really know.
Okay. All right. Well, it's because he didn't. The reason why there's higher gas prices in America under his term was because there's a lower global supply. The biggest reason why there's a lower global supply was because of our sanctions on Russian oil. We stopped importing their oil because they're ethnically cleansing Ukraine. Then as well as Trump negotiated OPEC to decrease their output by 10% before Biden gained office.
Right.
The only thing that like the last administration could really do to help influence gas prices was if like they were able to bump up our own domestic supply, which we're in control of. And they did. And in fact, under the Biden-Harris administration, we produced the most oil out of any administration ever. We've never been more energy independent than we were under Biden and Harris. Now, moving on to the Trump admin, I mean, there's like a lot of really bad things that they've been doing. They've been stripping constitutional rights away from people. They've been trying to consolidate power to the executive branch of the government. They've perfectly align and fulfill all 14 characteristics of fascism. And I kind of feel like all of like the three things I just said are three immediate concerns that are much more harmful and impactful than like higher gas prices under Biden. So if higher gas prices under Biden made you negatively reflect upon his presidency, why don't the three things I just named
Well,
make you negatively reflect upon Trump's term?
like I said, I'm really not into politics, but if those are all true, then I think definitely Trump would have been a worse president than Kamala Harris. But like, what were Kamala Harris's policies that would have been better? That would have been better than Trump's.
Yeah, well, she
Like,
wasn't a fascist. I could say that with confidence. And her economic policy helped the average American compared to further disparaging them, such as Trump's. And we will start there.
okay, well, yeah, that was pretty much my main reason was because a lot of my family was there. They kind of they were all very they're all very heavily MAGA, and I'm just really not. I just voted for him because all my family voted for him, and but based on my very limited knowledge, it was just better under Trump's
Here's what
first.
I will say. Here's what I will say. I honestly think that a better place for you to be is just kind of watching the live compared to on it because of your limited knowledge. And I'm not like shitting on that either. That's literally the reasons I do these lives is to reach out to people such as yourself. But you know, I feel like you probably take more away if you were watching compared to on the stream. You know?
Yeah, but if those what you said was all true, and I'm not saying that it wasn't, I think I probably will do regret my vote for Trump if that's all true. So
Man, that's awesome. And hopefully, you could stay in the live for a little bit and listen to a couple conversations to hear some more points. I appreciate you, man.
yeah, see ya.
We're going to move on to the next guest. But before we do, I really want to thank Brianna for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Brianna, thank you so much for the love. Brianna says, what are your thoughts on the funding of PBS and NPR? I've personally used PBS news after hearing how it's more unbiased and more reliable. Okay, well, like first and foremost, like from like what I know on the surface level, I do think that like Trump has a right to rescind funding. So that's why I think it's passed and happening. But just because he has a right to it, I don't think makes it correct because I think that like the motivations behind him doing so is just wanting to like reduce the outreach of like news sources that report negatively on him. And once again, that is just another way for like government control of media. And I think that we need to acknowledge that. I think we need to be mindful of that. And you know, this is just further pointing us towards the conclusion that the current administration is fascist. And honestly, after the last couple months, you know, the more I read, the more I learn, and the more I actually look at what fascism is in the literature, the more confident and like safe I am in saying that that's no longer a fringe belief. That's no longer an insane statement to make. In fact, I would say that it's just simply true. That Trump is a fascist. The Trump administration is fascist, and and I say this not because I'm a liberal. I say this because of fascism in literature, fascism in academia, and how he just so happens to perfectly align with all 14 pillars of it. So let's go and get that next guest up here. If you are MAGA and you'd like to come up and have a conversation, let me know down below on that channel. We will get you up here for a conversation. Yeah, let's go and get Bianca up on the stream, y'all. But once again, seriously, Brianna, thank you so much for the $50. Everybody, please show some love to Brianna down below in that chat. That is BREANNA. Thank you so much. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
No, and I'm going to jump off too in 2 seconds. It's just I wanted to tell you from the last chat that lady, when they normally are holding someone, it's either at a CBP, which is Custom Border Patrol, if it's close enough to those locations, or they'll actually hold them in the closest ICE detention facilities while actually pending those court dates. So she just took 2 seconds maybe to Google. She could have freaking figured that out. But love you.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me that. I appreciate you, dude. WU. Thank you so much. W Bianca in that chat. I really appreciate you for coming up and sharing that information. You're awesome. Everyone, please show some love to them, as well as MLG. Thank you for the $10 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you. As well as James with another $20. Thank you, James and MLG. I appreciate you guys. What is going on,
Hello?
D-Trax? Do you support Trump?
Yo, I did and I do. You can hear me, right?
I sure can. So do you support the current
Yeah.
administration or do you not?
You know, I agree with a lot of points that you do, and I agree with a lot of things that they're doing, but I just feel like you guys the left is twisting so many things.
Like what?
You-
What do I twist?
Like,
Tell me.
I mean, I feel like the deportations right now that are going on,
Yeah?
hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
The deportations that are going on right now
Mm-hmm.
are due to the fact that I feel like it was, correct me if I'm wrong, it was 2023 or 2024 when the Venezuelans were granted asylum here in the United States. they were bragging and showing to the rest of the world what they were bragging to the Mexicans,
Jimmy, thank
Salvadorians,
you so
and
much for
to
the
other
galaxy.
minorities about how look what the United States is so great. They're giving us, like, Biden failed us in the border, right? Hear me out.
What
Hear
are
me
you
out.
What are you saying? I'm
They
just confused.
they failed us in the border. My family is in Mexico. I mean in El Paso. And I'm talking about the border because the right wing
So I'm just
brings up
curious.
the border a
What
lot,
is your claim?
right? About how Trump is right on doing the right thing with the border,
So Trump has been told
like
by
closing the
two.
border and
Trump has been told
doing
by
the mass deportation.
Trump has been told by one federal judge that he deported a plane of Venezuelan migrants without correct due process, and he ordered him to turn that plane around. And Trump denied. Now that judge is saying he has probable
Yeah,
cause to
but
hold the.
what
A moment. Now that judge is saying that he has
I understand that.
no. I need another moment. Now that judge is saying that he has
Yeah.
probable cause to hold the Trump administration in contempt of court. Another federal judge has ruled that his implementation of the Alien Enemies Act was unjustified. The Supreme Court ruled that they deported Abrigo Garcia without due process and they need to facilitate his return. Not to mention they're also deporting like 2-year-old citizens. And another federal judge ruled that they didn't give due process to her mom either, or appropriate custodial hearings insofar as the guardianship of the 2-year-old child. I don't understand how anyone could say that they support his due process, how they support his mass deportations when he's just literally doing it with such illegal means. And I also just think it's like even
No,
crazier that like you're saying that you specifically support him doing illegal things in this context, because it's like the reason why the right has been so vehemently opposed to undocumented migrants in this country, going in so far as to literally dehumanize them, call them aliens, is because they used illegal means of entry into America. But like the moment
yeah,
that
I
like
don't know.
Donald Trump deports them using illegal means, I mean, he's like the best thing since sliced bread. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, yeah, but okay, I agree with you. I hate that word illegal alien because my mom came here legally, but she took her the due process and all that. My thing where I'm trying to
Oh, sorry, man. Are you driving?
bring to awareness,
Are
like,
you driving, man? Are you driving?
right now that
Are you driving?
those caravans came over
Hey,
here.
man, are you driving?
No,
Okay.
no, I'm on my break.
Okay.
No.
Well, so do you want to respond to what I said?
Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry, man. You got lag, D-Trax. I'm sorry, man. I am gonna go and kick you. You do have a bit of lag. But I do appreciate you so much for coming up, man. I'd also like to make it clear. Sorry, I was just trying to get the next guest up. Hey, to my mods. I've seen you guys like meeting a few people. Try to only meet people in the chat if like they're using slurs or like extreme vulgarities, etc. We're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. If you're MAGA and you would like to come up and have a conversation with me, let me know in that chat. We will get you up here. And yeah, we're really only looking to talk to individuals that do support the current administration, y'all. So you just kind of give us a moment while we're getting the next guest up here, you guys. We're gonna go and get the next guest up here right now. Everyone, just do be patient. Okay. The next guest is loading up, guys. Drop a MAGA. Well, actually, they left. Drop a MAGA down below in that chat if you would like to come up. Okay. Chris, thank you for the $7 donation over on Venmo. That's very kind of you. As well as Billy. Thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Chris and Billy, you guys are awesome. Show some love to Chris and Billy, chat. What's going on? Do you support the current Trump administration?
Hello. I would like to. 1 second. As a non-American point of view, I just want to inquire that about the tariffs. Don't you think the tariffs would be beneficial to towards the Americans because it promotes the national product more than the products coming from China or East Asia?
I'll answer your question. We are only looking to talk to individuals from America, though. The reason why I say that is because we want to talk to people who voted for Trump. And the point of the live is to try to get people not to vote for Trump if he runs for a third term, or other people like Trump in the future. I'll answer your question, though. No, it's actually not good for domestic means of production because a lot of the raw materials that domestic producers use to make their goods are sourced from outside of America, so it actually increases the price of their goods as well as it decreases like general consumer confidence, and it sends us into a recession. And of course, when GDP growth slims, like our companies perform worse. That's kind of like what GDP growth slimming means. So appreciate you for the question. We are going to get that next guest up here right now, though. If you are one of the 4.7 thousand people in the live, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 200,000 likes and 500 shares. That'd be great. Let me know in that chat if you are MAGA, if you support the current administration and you would like to come up here and debate. Also, Wendy, thank you for the $10 super chat over on YouTube. Okay, who's next? We got Devin down below in that chat. Let me know if you want to come up and debate, y'all. We are just looking for some conversations. Who's next, quite frankly? Who's it gonna be? Who's next? Let's see. We got Carter in the queue. Let's try to get Carter up here. Great. Flock Lions is also spamming it. Let's get him up here. What's going on, Carter? How old are you, man?
Good.
That's a child. Moving on. Hello. How old are you? Flock? Okay, Flock's not here. Okay, if you're gonna spam MAGA in that chat, be willing to come up here and debate. Yo, this person's spamming MAGA, but they got G59 in their bio. You're not a true fan. What's up, Minecraft lover? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, sure, I do.
Troll, hello, girl interrupted. I really hope that you're not actually
Hi,
MAGA.
Dean.
Are you MAGA?
Okay, so
That's a no. Okay, I'm glad that you were trolling, but don't troll. Especially, like, don't put MAGA in my comment section unless you actually are. Moving on to the next guest, Levi. We got them loading up right now, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. What's going on, Levi? We're spamming MAGA in that comment section, so you support the current administration?
no, I don't.
Bruh.
I just want to say
Bruh, come on, guys. Come on. Seriously? Ah, man. Okay. All right. Give us a minute. Hello. You're putting a MAGA down below in that comment section, so you support Trump's admin?
Howdy, yeah, I do.
Okay, what time is it, man?
What time is it? 5:56.
What state are you in?
Oh,
What state are you in?
you know, the southern part.
So the southern part's not a state.
Oh,
So what state?
well, gosh darn. Like,
Gosh darn, get out of here. Okay, guys, if you're spamming MAGA down below in that comment section, make sure that you're at least 18. Okay, make sure that you're from America. And make sure that you're not driving and that you support the current administration. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Owen loading up. Here we go, y'all.
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on, Owen? How old are you, man?
I'm 19.
Great. Hey, man, I appreciate you for joining. Do you support Trump's administration?
Yes, I do.
And why do you support that?
I like everything he's doing. I just didn't like the stuff that Kamala was going to do.
Okay, let's play a little game. I want you to name one thing that Trump is doing that you like, and then one thing that Harris would have done that you wouldn't have liked.
Sure. So something that I think Trump is doing that I like is the way that he's handling the economy, specifically the tariffs. And one thing that I don't like that Kamala was going to do was increase gun laws.
Okay. All right. So increased gun laws. So as it relates to your first claim about Trump and how he's handling the economy, he's sending the economy into a recession and blaming it on Biden. I don't understand why you like that.
So his tweet, are you referring to his tweet about how it's Biden's economy?
No, I'm referring to two things. As it relates to my claim that he's sending us into a recession, I mean, that's what the chairman of the Fed has said. That's what the Atlantic Fed has said. That is what J.P. Morgan has said. And that is what
did he say
the
that?
official figures of the first of GDP growth in the first financial quarter of this year have told us about the second part about blaming it on Biden. Yeah, that's coming from his Truth Social post.
Right. But, okay, so that's what you're referring to. Okay. So you don't think he should blame it on Biden, and that's why it's not a good thing?
Well, I also think that a recession is bad for other reasons apart from the fact that he's blaming it on Biden, but that's one of them.
Okay, did you say what your proof was on the recession?
For sure. An official prediction from J.P. Morgan and the Atlanta Fed, not to mention that the numbers are already in from the first financial quarter of this year, and we experienced a recess in GDP growth. One more quarter to go.
Okay, yeah. So, and again, when you increase when you place tariffs or have a big economic change in a country, which tariffs, that's a big deal. You are going to see some loss in GDP. That just happens. Generally, I like free trade. and tariffs, they limit that. But I think using them as a negotiation tool to have countries reduce their tariffs on us is beneficial. But I don't think it's a great source of like revenue.
Okay, so why are they good? Even though like apparently that they're just going to cause a recession. Like why are they good then? Like if they damage our economy, why are they good?
Well, because they also benefit our economy when you have countries at the negotiation table to reduce their tariffs on us, so we can
There's other
import
ways.
goods.
Well, okay. He's imposed these tariffs on countries that don't tariff us. Okay, we don't pay a single diamond tariffs to Canada. He put tariffs on them. B, there's other things and means that he could use to.
We don't pay
negotiate
tariffs to what?
So last year we didn't pay a single diamond tariffs to Canada. So that's the first point. He's just simply placing tariffs on countries that don't charge us tariffs. And then B, well, there's other means that we could use to like negotiate trade agreements with other countries that don't send America into a recession and redistribute wealth from the poor to the rich. Okay? Like for instance, when I hear you say that you support these tariffs, even though they're redistributing wealth from the poor to the rich and sending America towards a recession because they could be used as a tool to negotiate better trade agreements with other countries, like sure, okay, they can be used as a tool to negotiate better trade agreements, but they are probably the most abrasive means possible to negotiate better trade agreements.
Just say that, yeah.
And like this is like saying that, well, you want your friend's JBL speaker, you could either offer him $20 or put a gun to the back of his head. And both of those options are seemingly good options because under both circumstances, you'll end up getting a speaker. Okay? Right? But like, obviously not. Obviously, it would be bad to put the GU into the back of his head because that's incredibly abrasive, even if you were to get that end result of owning his speaker. All right? And very similarly, I still yet think that using tariffs as a tool to negotiate better trade agreements with other countries is a bad thing because of how much it hurts our own economy, how it mitigates the potential for diplomatic participation in other agreements with those countries in the future, and the fact that there's less abrasive means that exist, such as just diplomacy and negotiation of trade agreements.
Which Trump, I mean, he's not the type of person, He
did it during his first term. Funny enough, trade agreements are so easy to negotiate when you're the richest country on the earth that even Trump could do it. He renegotiated the USMCA.
Yeah, so I definitely think that if he thought he could do that and he thought it would work, I think he would. I mean, I don't know what went inside his head on why he decided to, place tariffs just as a negotiating tool. But if you also bring to the factor that they can promote U.S. investments, from other countries into investing in production, I think that, that creates jobs, that supports our GDP. So while they might have some effects, in the beginning, just because of economic instability, I think that in the future, they might have some benefit. They will have benefits when, manufacturing increases in America due to them.
Okay, so you're saying that they're also a good thing because of investment into manufacturing?
Yeah, because they cause companies to invest into our country because they don't want to have to pay the tariff. Because if they paid the tariff, that means they would have to increase the prices for U.S. consumers. And they could lose, volume when they do that. So instead, they could simply move their manufacturing process here.
So I just want to let you know that we're at the lowest level, and this is coming from Q1 numbers from 2025. We're at the lowest level of manufacturing investment since the beginning of since the end of Trump's last term. So I mean, you could find this on Fred. All that you got to look up to find this is FRED. Fred. The Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis.
Yeah, no,
If you go to Google and you type in Fred, real private fixed investment, non-residential structures manufacturing, this is basically where you could see like the amount of money that is being invested into American manufacturing. And what you'll see is that we're actually at like the lowest point since the ending of Trump's term, and it had a really big boom under the Biden-Harris administration. And the reason why that is because nobody wants to invest in an economy that's not growing, okay? And these tariffs are causing our economy not only just not to grow, but also to shrink. So that's why these tariffs actually stagnated, investment into American manufacturing.
Yeah, I mean, you make a really good point there. Yeah, I mean, what you're saying does, that is sad to hear. I know the goal of what Trump was doing was to bring manufacturing back. Um, so I believe that can still happen. I know Crazy Heart specifically stated that they're investing in manufacturing in the U.S. because of the tariffs. That is just an example.
But we just don't. But we just don't see that as a macro trend. In fact, we see the opposite is true as a macro trend. And then also, if you're going to like argue and say that, well, we could still have a good outcome occur in the future, I just simply ask you what your evidence is, because I think that right now, all evidence would indicate the contrary to be the case.
Yeah.
Right. And if you kind of like believe this, not only without evidence, but also with the preponderance of evidence indicating that the opposite is true, this is kind of like logically identical to you believe in the earth is flat or that Bush did 9/11.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because seemingly it is a conspiracy theory at this point.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and it does make sense. I just think that, all I can do is hope right now because he is president, and I did have some stocks that did go down because I did invest in the stock market. I lost money.
And I think that we all hope that the economy ends up like excelling, right? I mean, is there anybody in this live, either on TikTok or YouTube, that doesn't hope that like Trump ends up being good for the economy?
I don't really know.
Like,
There's some extremists, but I don't think so.
No, okay, like realistically, like nobody doesn't hope that he is good for the economy. Everybody, for the most part, hopes that Trump ends up being good for the economy, 110%. Okay, but I'm not challenging that hope because I also have that hope. What I'm challenging is your lack of critical evaluation of the presidency as it relates to how harmful they are for the economy. And I think that's very bad because that empowers them to be more harmful, okay? When we don't hold those in positions of power accountable, when we don't push back against the shit that they're doing that is really harming the lives of people in this country, they're all the more emboldened to do it more.
Yeah, I mean, tariffs also, that's a source of revenue for us.
But like, you got to do a cost benefit analysis here. Sure, the tariffs may raise like $16 billion annually, but what do they cost?
Yeah, they do cost the American consumer a lot, but again, I think the cost of that it's going to cost the American consumer is less than the revenue that we're
That's
going
not
to make.
true. I mean, look on Liberation Day, $10 trillion were evaporated out of the U.S. market in like less than 8 hours.
That's
Okay,
'cause of
and that's one
uncertainty,
day
not-
compared to like and compared to a year. Like, not to mention like the decreases in government revenue that are expected because we're heading towards a recession. The opportunity costs, because we would be experiencing growth right now if Harris was elected. Like, you can't say burn the world down for $16 billion.
Yeah, but so that's true.
Daniel, thank you
I
for the gold
think
mine.
I think that I did like some of the things that Kamala was going to do, but a lot of the things that she was going to do and what she did and what Biden did were very costly. And I think that some of the things that Biden did, while they did benefit the economy, they also increased the debt. And
They increase the debt less than Trump. They're actually better for our debt and better for our government's expenditure than Trump is.
Right. So I don't think it was a return on investment. Though. I think they spent more money than they returned back.
Okay. Well, I think that our government is typically bad at with money. That's why like debt exists. That's why we're always in a deficit.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that they're better than Trump.
Well, I think the Trump administration right now with Doge is trying to reduce that debt. Am I wrong?
They're still like in like net speaking in the red. So the CBO estimates all of Trump's policy to cost like $10 to $15 trillion. Meanwhile, they estimated Kamala Harris's policy to maybe cost around $6 to $8 trillion.
Wait, who did?
The CBO, the Congressional Budget Office.
Okay.
So, I mean, all that this means is that, if Doge is successful in eliminating $2 trillion in federal expenditure, which they say is their goal, okay, well, they're still in the red significantly more than Kamala Harris would have been, even though she didn't run on a Doge.
Yeah, I think rather than taking the side that Doge is trying to do, which is trying to just cut, complete programs, I think it's better for like a reform. So if there is like some fraud going on, which I think Trump exaggerates
Could you
a
respond
lot.
to what I just said though? Like, because the point that I just made clear and I want you to respond to is that
Sorry.
like, Trump running on Doge doesn't mean that he's better for government expenditure than Kamala Harris would have been. Like, Kamala Harris was like, okay, I'm going to spend $5. Then Trump was like, I'm going to spend $50, but I'm also going to reduce prior expenditure by 5. Okay, well, I mean, all things considered, that still means that Donald Trump wants that net $45. Okay, meanwhile, Kamala Harris just wanted to spend that five. So she's still, all things
Right. So
considered, better for government expenditure, even though she didn't have Doge and Trump did.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it is two factors. I mean, how much you spend, how much you get done. So if Kamala Harris was only going to spend that much, maybe she wouldn't get as much done as Trump,
Well,
right?
that's
But
also
then,
that's also not true. Okay, well, like the main source of expenditure was her tax cuts for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class to increase their purchasing power, to put the power back into the hands of the average American, while also serving to the best interest of low-income Americans, such as things by increasing the child tax credit, which would have reduced childhood poverty by like over 40%, right? Like
yeah, but I mean, if
what
you,
does Trump want to do? He is tax cuts. Okay, 80% of the cuts go to the top 1%, and then when we also factor the impact of the tariffs into the equation, he's actually reducing the purchasing power of every American making under $395,000 per year. So Kamala Harris was the only candidate in the race that was going to do things for the betterment of the people. Meanwhile, Donald Trump wants to do things for the detriment of the people.
yeah, so I mean, Kamala Harris's tax cuts would, reduce the revenue, and that's why her tax cut plan costs so much money. So how does benefiting lower class citizens help us, America as a whole?
What are you asking here? I'm confused.
Well, how
What's
does
your
tax
claim?
cuts to the middle class benefit America?
So you're asking, how does making life better for the average American benefit the average American?
No, how does it benefit the American government, like America as a total, not the daily law?
So what America as a total is going to be measured by what? An average.
GDP. I'm talking about the American economy. I'm talking about how it's going to benefit the
So the
American
claim is
economy.
GDP growth?
No, I'm talking about the American economy. How is it going to benefit the American economy? Yeah,
Okay, well, like
GDP
under
growth.
what measure? GDP growth?
Yeah,
Okay, well, like it gives the average American more money to spend when the GDP, the gross domestic product, is how much money people are spending. But if your main
right.
concern is GDP growth, we know that Donald Trump isn't good for that. Like Donald Trump's policy, 110% is responsible for not just reducing GDP growth, but actually causing it to recess.
Because it raises prices.
Like Donald Trump is not just stagnating GDP growth; he's making it go down. He's making it go negative. Thank you for
I
the
mean, yeah,
galaxy.
makes sense.
Right? So if you care about GDP growth, you must be hating this guy right now. I mean, like the figures came out from the first financial quarter of 2025. GDP growth went into the negatives. It recessed. It went down. Like the economy is currently shrinking when it's been on pace to be prospering right now since the negative impacts of the pandemic. You know that, right? Like that
Yes.
every single financial quarter since like the pits of the trenches in 2022 onset by the pandemic, the economy has been growing not just at a steady pace but at a fast pace. Okay, that's why we've experienced like highs in the Dow Jones and the Nasdaq and the S&P 500 in like mid 2023 was just because of the economic booms, right, in the last 2 to 3 years of the Biden-Harris administration. I mean, shit, even Atlanta Fed projected a 4% rate of growth in the first financial quarter of 2025, the day of Trump's inauguration, because of how well the Biden-Harris administration had propped him up. But then he comes in, he kind of gives the middle finger to everyone and says, well, I'm going to not just stagnate that growth, but I'm actually going to hurt it. And now we're going to send America barreling towards a recession.
So what you're saying is that what Kamala would have done would have, she would have spent money, but it would have actually benefited the GDP. So it would have been a return on investment. And what Trump is doing is not doing that because
Yeah,
of the
precisely.
tariffs.
It's actually decreasing the GDP.
Yeah, it's doing the opposite.
Right.
Okay.
Also,
I'm
I
gonna-
also just want to point out one last point here. Why
Sure.
is GDP growth important?
I mean, a higher GDP represents a stronger economy.
And why is a stronger economy important?
I mean, to the rest of the world, it's more inviting to bring manufacturing here
And why is being more inviting to bring more manufacturing into this country important?
because it supports the GDP.
Okay, well, I mean, now you're giving me a circular argument. You said that like an increase in the GDP is important because it invites more manufacturing into the country. Then that's important because it increases the GDP. What I'm
Yeah.
looking for here is a very specific answer. At the end of the day, right, a booming economy is important so we could increase the quality of life for Americans, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, here's the idea that I want to give you. If cutting taxes for the average American, giving them more purchasing power would increase their quality of life, even if it were to stagnate GDP growth, why should I care?
I don't know.
You know, it's just something to think about.
Yeah.
I think that you, me, and a lot of other people, and I'm guilty of this too, become so like hyper centered on like capitalism and the acceleration of numbers, right? When in all reality, we should just be focusing on like people's quality of life, right?
Yeah, and I mean, what you're saying does make sense. It's just that when you increase the purchasing power of the average American, that means you're involving tax cuts, which increases debt, and debt is never a good thing. I mean, you
Well,
can't have
so
a
yeah, I agree.
surplus
Like
amount of debt.
that's generally bad. Okay, unless you're going to yield an ROI in the long term, in a sense, so you don't really have a real debt because you have an ROI, sure. But you were always doing a comparative analysis, and of like the two candidates running an election, what the trade-ons and trade-offs, the pros and cons are, and like this conversation isn't even relevant about like Kamala Harris's plan because she would have added less debt to the economy than Trump is. You know, like just point blank, period. We don't even need to have a conversation about how bad the debt would be that she wants to add when he's going to add more.
Yeah, I could see why Charlie did not want to argue with you, bro. Dude.
What do you mean by that?
No, you just make it's really hard to argue the right side when a lot of the stuff that he's doing isn't beneficial for the US.
You know, I said the same thing at one point. And then I don't know, maybe for around like 6 months, I just continued to try to argue like the conservative perspective of things. Even though it was really hard. And then like one day, I'm going to see if I could save you some time here, Owen. One day I just kind of came to the revelation, well, it's hard to argue the conservative side of things because the liberal side of things simply makes more sense.
Yeah, I mean that's same here. It's really hard to argue it.
And I think that there's more of like a psychological phenomenon where we want to like hold to the beliefs that we're used to, hold to the beliefs that we're already very accompanied with, hold to the beliefs that are like probably like popular in our family, our area, with our friends, etc. And like there's a lot of utility in doing that too. I get it. You know what I mean? Like having a contrarian position where you live, if you live in a conservative area, can end up
I
being
do.
I mean, holding that contrarian position of being a liberal can be like very damaging to yourself in many different ways.
Yeah, I mean I live in Missouri. I live in near St. Louis, so
Right.
yeah.
So I mean, like
Conservative
that's
point.
probably another reason why like you really want to hang on to those beliefs. But I think if you can make like a conscious recognition of that fact and probably understand that although right you see an insurmountable amount of reason to not believe in what you do, like likely the only reason why you still do is because holding that contrarian position would be personally damaging to yourself for a multiplicity of reasons. And as long as you're conscious about that fact, it makes it more likely that you'll be willing to accept the truth in the future.
Yeah, I mean, is it would you say it's like wrong to be able to argue both sides? Like is that a bad thing to do?
Is it
It could
wrong
be.
to be able
To
to
be
argue
no,
both
like to be
sides?
able to have the ability to be able to argue both sides. Like say I can argue conservative points but also liberal points.
Um, no, that should like likely be expected, but I think the real question is what arguments make more sense.
Right. Okay. I was just wondering. I wanted to talk about one more thing, and because it was about what I said in the very beginning was Kamala's increasing, gun laws. So if I want to be fact checked on this, what did she do? Her and Biden passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, right?
A bipartisan Save Our Communities Act. I don't know. I haven't heard about that one.
Okay. So I just wanted to know exactly what that did because I've heard a lot of stuff about it. I've read a lot about it, and I've just heard a lot of different things. So I just wanted to know if you knew.
I mean, yeah, it looks like the quick synopsis from Google is that it addressed gun violence by strengthening background checks, supporting mental health services, and funding community safety programs. But of course, it's just that. It's a synopsis from Google, so I want to take Google's word for it. But like, I mean, from what it says, it seems like a good thing. Looks like,
Yeah.
to be more specific, it enhanced background checks for gun purchases under 21. It probably further emboldened red flag laws for like individuals with a history of mental health issues or criminal activity as minors. And then it also clarifies who's considered a gun dealer and requires them to conduct those background checks, ensuring more purchases go through the system. I don't really see like the issue with that.
Okay, I was just hearing, like, I was on a different live today. I was just hearing people arguing about her trying to take away all like assault rifles. I didn't know if that was true or not. But just because they prove,
here's the deal. So she did say that that's something that she wanted to do. Okay.
Yeah.
To be frank, to be honest, here's the deal. If that's a violation of the Second Amendment, the Supreme Court wouldn't have let it slide. Okay. Right now, the Supreme Court is conservative leaning 6-3. If it was in violation of your constitutional rights, you never would have had your constitutional rights violated. Okay. With the
Right.
6-3 conservative leaning Supreme Court, never would have happened. Now, okay, it's also
it's just
important
I
to
don't
point
like
out
a
that
president.
if it was ruled as constitutional and she was somehow by the glory of God able to get that passed through Congress, and then you didn't have access to a semi-automatic assault like AR, I mean, how does that change your life? What does that do? Do you like
I mean,
hunting? Maybe?
I like firing off my guns. I mean, firearms. I go to a shooting range.
Me too.
It's fun to do, but
Me too. It is fun. I'll agree. Also, like ARs are cool. All right, they're sick.
it's fun
you
to shoot,
know?
and I get the point of it is because
Right.
they are involved in school shootings and other violent things.
Right.
It's just that I don't like somebody who puts that as part of their campaigning that she's going to try to take away assault rifles. I just don't like that because it is an infringement.
Well, if it's an infringement upon your Second Amendment right, it never would have happened. So this
Yeah.
means if it was passed, it wouldn't be an infringement upon 2A. And sure, like, maybe for you that might suck because ARs are cool and you won't be able to like go out and fire whenever anymore. Or actually, maybe you would, because I don't know if she would have instituted mandatory buybacks. But I mean, hey, it would have saved more lives. And the other pros of her administration greatly overwhelm the cons of Trump's.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to be confirmed on that. It's just, I get it. It's just that I don't like I think some of the things that she was campaigning was good, but I don't think something should be part of your campaign process that's unconstitutional.
Really? Donald Trump ran on putting people in jail for a year if they burn the American flag. The Supreme Court ruled that is unconstitutional in the 70s.
Really?
Yeah.
Did Trump say he wanted to put people in jail if they burn the American flag?
Yeah, and like right now, he's actively doing unconstitutional things, and he's proud of it.
Was that part of his campaigning process?
Yeah, that was a part of his campaign, yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. And then even like today, right now, he's doing unconstitutional things, and he's proud of it. He supports it, he condones it, he accepts it, such as
Deporting
deporting
people
undocumented migrants without due process, yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Yeah. I don't think that's right either. I think that deporting people who are like actual like criminals and terrorists, and who are mentally insane and who have committed dangerous crimes, I think they should be deported. It's a really complicated issue on whether I think that people who aren't dangerous and who do pay taxes and who do support the GDP through jobs and taxes. I don't know. I don't have like a strong opinion on whether they should be deported or not. I think Trump has involved too much racism into his immigration policy, making them seem overly dangerous and exaggerating the numbers in America. But I think that
you know that like hurts real people, like
yes,
a lot, right?
Yes, I understand.
Like that
what
really,
he did,
yeah, that hurts real
calling
people.
And calling like the coronavirus the China virus, again, that's just another example of oppressing minorities in America.
Okay. And then also just real quick, I just want to point out that yeah, once again, that hurts real people. And then you kind of said that you think individuals, if they're like just like very violent criminals, they should be deported. Well, Trump's a violent criminal, so he's held liable for the violent sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll and criminally convicted of 34 felonies.
Right. So I mean, the
So
34
I just want to clarify.
violent.
But what he was held civilly liable for was. So I want to clarify. If Trump was an undocumented migrant, would you support him being deported because of the fact he was held civilly liable for grape and he committed 34 felonies?
I mean, he wasn't committed of committing grape, though.
He was held civilly liable for it.
Right.
Okay. So why don't you care? Why do you?
He was held civilly liable?
Yeah.
Really? Really? Okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was just an accusation.
It was an accusation that was then taken to court and proved.
But so he was convicted of rape I mean grape. Sorry.
So if what you mean by convicted is found guilty, yes.
And he wasn't punished.
No, he was. He was forced to pay the victim $87 million.
Wow. Okay, this needs to be on the news more. Wow. Okay, I did not know that. If he was isn't his wife an immigrant?
Yeah.
It's contradictory, huh? Yeah, I think that yeah, if he was, that's actually kind of wow. I didn't even know that. That's surprising. I did not know that he was actually convicted of rape. I did not know that.
I agree. It's not talked about enough at all, and I
Really
have no
not.
clue why. I have no clue why at all. I mean, I understand why the right doesn't talk about it. That's probably the last thing they'd ever want to talk about, but I don't understand why the left doesn't talk about it more.
Yeah, and I don't understand why. If I mean, I'm just believing you off of what have you said that he was convicted.
You don't got to do
Great.
that. You know, all that you got to do is go on to Google, type in Trump held liable for sexual abuse, then open another tab and type in AP News. Yes, judge did clarify that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. Boom.
Okay, I will do that. That's definitely interesting. But yeah, to continue what I was talking about, I think again it's a complicated topic. But what is your solution for people who are illegal immigrants?
Yeah, for sure. So I think that we should offer every single undocumented migrant in this country that doesn't have prior violent offenses a pathway to residency or citizenship. There's many really good motivations for that than those that do have a violent history, either like keeping them in American jails or deporting them to their home country.
Okay, but I mean, if you deport them to their home country, couldn't they just like come back?
Well, the hope would be is that they are then kept in like prisons in their home country.
Okay.
Like for the violent offenses they committed.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'm worried about is that does the cost of the path to citizenship is that more costly than the benefit that they would have once they have their citizenship?
Like to the country or them?
To the country.
To the country? No, not at all. So, I mean, in fact, it's actually the opposite. That's true. The cost of mass deportation is more costly than the benefit of mass deportation. Because quite frankly, there's no
Really?
real benefit of mass deportation. Yeah. It costs $175 billion up front. That's not me that's saying that. That's the Republicans in Congress that have supported it and funded it. And then $100 billion per year in reoccurring opportunity costs, because that's how much they pay in taxes. Then you also have to factor in the opportunity costs of the GDP growth that we would have seen, as well as, forcefully evicting millions of people out of the American labor force. So mass deportation is very expensive, and it would
Yeah,
offer them a
it's
pathway
also
to-
not very massive what Trump is doing. I mean, hasn't he deported less people than Biden did in like the month of February?
Yeah, but his claim is that he wants to deport every single undocumented migrant in this country, and now that he's realized that he is doing so at like lower rates than what Biden did, he's starting to violate their constitutional rights to due process, so he could expedite the operation, right? And that's yet another reason why what he's doing is wrong.
Right. Do you think like people who are like criminals who committed like violent acts like murder or rape should still have rights like due process?
Yeah, because that's how we determine that they're guilty of committing violent acts like murder or rape.
So, but like, what if they were already convicted of that in their home country or convicted in that in America already?
Okay, so yeah, so then you give them due process, they go to their immigration hearing, and they get deported.
Okay.
Because, I mean, that's just where facts are explored, okay? That's where, they could have a hearing in front of a judge. The judge can look at the facts and then usher adequate and appropriate next steps. And I think that's really important to give it to everyone. And I mean, hey, the Constitution agrees.
Yeah, I don't like opening up just saying, oh, well, we're going to give you a path to citizenship. How should we stop illegal border crossings?
By making the process of legal migration faster. Why do you think
who's
people...
going to do that?
Well, Kamala Harris, but neither here nor
What?
there.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So why do you think people like choose to enter into the country with illegal means? Why do they choose to do that instead of going through the legal processes?
Because it takes too long.
Bam. Spot on, Owen. 110%. Being an undocumented migrant in America sucks, okay? Like, you can't get a loan to buy a house. You got to work on an ITIN. You're discriminated against like all else. You live under like a hellscape, especially right now because you're under this constant threat of being deported. It sucks, but the only reason people do it is because legal means are unattainable for the reason that they take too long and they're too expensive, right? So I think that we
Yeah.
could like significantly reduce undocumented migration just by removing incentive for it, by offering an expedited like pathway to residency or citizenship for anyone from anywhere. You know what I mean? That is
What?
how we deal with undocumented migration into America.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I know that Kamala Harris campaigned for that. It's just that during her vice presidency, she only visited the border once,
Yeah,
which
I've
I
never
think
understood the relevance of that talking point. Like, oh, and what state do you live in?
Missouri.
Missouri. Has Trump ever been to Missouri?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't
Okay,
know
but you like
actually.
still voted. You and others still like voted for him because you thought that he would be good for you in Missouri, even though he's never personally been to Missouri. So it's like now you're saying that because she's only personally been to the border once, apparently that means that she's not good for the border. You know what I mean? I don't know. I've always
Yeah.
seen that as a very like nonsensical talking point that I've just never seen the reasons for whatsoever. Like sometimes I could kind of see it through your perspective and understand why you say something. But like as it relates to the talking point of saying that she's only been to the border once, I actually don't understand that one at all.
Yeah. I mean, I think it helps analyze the situation, but yeah, I get what you're saying. What do you think about her Central America Forward initiative? Was it successful?
Central America Forward Initiative, was that like the power delegated to her by Biden insofar as her like being the border czar?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
just
yeah.
gave.
It was. So yeah, her initiative was to like diplomatically engage in conversations with Central American countries to reduce the incentive that individuals from those countries have to come to America, and she did so successfully. I think through that initiative, she decreased migration into America from Guatemala by like 50%. So yeah, it worked.
Okay. I mean, I know it was costly, and I didn't know like I was reading some stuff on how it didn't like decrease the people coming over illegally. It just improved people's lives, which I mean, I guess it makes sense that if you improve their lives over, they're not going to come over
Well,
here.
yes, exactly. So, like, why did we have so many individuals that wanted to come into America? It's because the quality of their life was like severely eroded in their home country,
Yeah.
right? So, if you improve their quality of their life, they have less incentive to migrate into America. That was the point of the initiative. So, I mean, if
Mhm.
you're saying that you've read something that indicated that the initiative did improve qualities of lives in Central American countries, you're like conceding that the initiative was successful because that's what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, I read that it did help like farmers and things. I didn't like read a ton on it, but yeah, I understood that it benefited people here, but I just didn't see like a decrease in border crossing. Those are under Biden's admin.
Well, I mean, think about it this way. There's like a billion different things that caused an increase in migration and crossings on the southern border under the Biden-Harris administration. And I'd argue that if that initiative never occurred, it would have just been slightly higher. Okay? You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Trump has been saying that Biden had an open border policy. What is he referring to?
He's referring to something that doesn't exist. He's just hoping you don't know that.
Okay, wow. That's interesting because in Biden's like first I don't know what time frame he did this in, but didn't I was confused on why he stopped deportations in his first couple of days. Is that wrong? Did he not do that?
I'm unaware, but I do know that his deportation numbers were like quite high, so I doubt it. But you know, just kind of hone in on something that was just said. You said that Trump has said that he had an open border policy. What policy is referring to? And I said it's just a fucking lie. And you're just hoping that you don't research that. Trump does this a lot, man. He does this
I
like
know,
every
like
time he
200 countries
speaks.
negotiating.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He does
200
this
countries.
every time he speaks. Like for instance, he just had a rally for like his first 100 days in Michigan, and in this rally, he talked about the tariffs that he imposed on washing machines in his first administration on China, and he pointed out how specifically Whirlpool, the company, was very thankful of him for that. How Whirlpool did better than ever because of that. Whirlpool was so successful, and even like talked about like conversations that he had with their CEO and how good that was for the company. Well, you could find publishments from 2019 on Google where the CEO of Whirlpool says that these tariffs on washing machines from China have actually created a headwind for their company and slowed down their growth. You know what I mean? He
Yeah.
says shit that is as false as a statement that the sky's red. You know what I mean?
Another thing that I was aware of that he lied about, and I mean, I know he says, I mean, I voted for him, but he said that he has a trade agreement with China. He does not have a trade agreement with China.
I haven't even heard him say that, but you're right, he doesn't.
He has said that. He said that he has, and I don't know why some of the things he says are exaggerated. I don't know why he says things that simply aren't true.
No,
But
I do, because it benefits him. It benefits him so much to lie and contort like his followers' version of reality to make him the good guy, to make him the winner, to make him the mastermind, to make him the intelligent, superior leader. That's why he does it, for his base. You know,
how do the I don't understand how, like, I mean, I understand what he's trying to do, and I think it's good, but how do these people believe some of the things that he's saying? Like, it's just like the courts were rigged when he did something wrong. The election was rigged when he, lost the election. I don't I mean, I don't believe that the election was rigged. I still voted for him. I don't know why he was saying that. It's just frustrating.
I'll be very honest. I'll be very honest with you. Here's a good way to understand it. Are you religious?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
You're Christian? Okay. Well, I'm not
Yes.
going to talk about Christianity then. Can you admit that there's been like a bajillion other religions that have existed and had billions of followers throughout human history?
Yeah.
Okay, you're a Christian. You think that all of those religions were false and that there's little to no evidence to indicate that they were true, right?
Yeah.
But billions of people still followed them.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Why did billions of people still follow those religions in which, we could agree have like no evidence to justify them as being true? I mean, probably because it benefited them. It gave them a sense of hope. It gave them this feeling that their life was everlasting and that they didn't just cease to exist when they die. And it made them feel good to have that faith. It made them a part of a community as well and, probably increase the quality of their own life. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because I find very similar virtues in a lot of Trump supporters. They put
Yeah.
blind faith in this man, and they do so because it makes them feel like a part of a very special group of Americans who are not the radical leftist lunatic communists that Donald Trump hates so much. And they could all kind of get together and jeer about that fact. And it also just gives them something to spend their time on. Like, they get to spend their time shit talking on Facebook and having this sense of superiority because
This
half the
platform
country hates
too.
him.
There's a lot of people on here too. I think that one thing that I don't like, I mean, this is not me. They refuse to do their research on what the other side is doing because I just hear all the time, and again, it's just misinformation. Is that they're saying, well, Biden did nothing. Well, he did do stuff, right? I don't have to agree with it, but I can't say that he did nothing because that just makes you sound ignorant. So if you are going to argue the right side, you can't just say, well, Biden did nothing or Kamala did nothing. You can't do that. And I don't like people saying that because it just makes us all look like idiots.
It does. But I guess, Owen, I'm going to move on to the next guest, but I had a really pleasant conversation with you, man.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, have a good day.
Yeah, you as well, man. Take care. Peace out. All right, y'all, we're going to move on to the next guest. That was like a really pleasant conversation. I love that. I love that, man. That was awesome. Like that, dude, that's the type of conversation that I'm here for. But then what's funny is all the clips that you'll see on your For You page of me having these debates. I am like raging because I'm talking to an idiot. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Man, it's like that's the shit that gets clipped. That's the shit that blows up. But I just love the conversations like those. But I got a couple people to thank. Dustin, if you're still watching, thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you for the love, Dustin. Can everybody please show some love to Dustin down below in that comment section, as well as Brianna? Thank you so much for the galaxy. Let's get some W Dustins down below in that comment section, literally right now. Thank you so much, Dustin. As well as Riley, thank you for the $7 Canadian. And Winnie, thank you for the $20. Winnie says, so well done, Dean, and congratulations to the caller. Thank you for the love, Winnie. That is incredibly kind of you. I would also like to reiterate, if you're watching the stream and you want to support me, support the stream. We do these for 4 hours a day. Genevieve, thank you so much for the galaxy. You can support me through the Venmo and PayPal, which you can find in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms, and you get a shout out, and it's greatly appreciated. Same thing for all the viewers over on YouTube. If you do want to support, of course, you do have the option to super chat, but I'd first recommend Venmo and PayPal, which you could find in the bio as well as in the pinned message, because YouTube takes quite a bit of the super chats. But anyways, what's going on, Ashley? Do you support Trump?
No, I actually just came here because I was watching you debate Amanda earlier, and I wanted to give you my due process argument to see your thoughts on it, to see if it was logically sound.
Yeah, if you want to run it real quick, but then I'm going to move on to the next guest because we are just looking to debate Trump supporters.
Oh yeah, no worries. I'm a huge fan. That's honestly why I wanted to get your perspective. So when I've been having a lot of Trump supporters tell me that if the same thing Amanda said, if you skip due process coming in, then you don't deserve it getting out. My question to the Trump supporters is always this, and it stops them right in their tracks, is how do you determine who's legal and who's not? And then they say, yeah, and they say the law. And I said, okay, that's due process. And that's just kind of how I shut that
Ashley,
down.
it's very sound. It's a very sound argument. In fact, I even asked her the same question. So you're spot on.
Oh, perfect.
Thanks for coming up,
And then-
Ashley.
Absolutely. Have a good one. Huge fan.
You as well. Shout out to Ashley. Keep in mind that we are just looking to debate Trump supporters, though. But huge shout out to Ashley. Okay, who's next? We're going to go get the next guest up on the live literally right now, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute to get that next guest up. Here we go, everyone. We got Optimus loading in. Everyone, dude, just kind of give us a minute, y'all.
What's up, Dean? Long time no see, buddy.
Have we talked before?
Yeah, we've talked before, man. You know me, man.
I don't remember
What's going
you.
on?
Do you support the current administration?
Yeah, man. You know I support the man in office.
Yo, chat. Do y'all remember this guy?
You remember me, man.
I don't remember you. Okay, we're gonna do a quick.
Parker, and you guys couldn't take my logic, so you guys started telling me what Elon Musk did was a whatever salute, and then I was trying to explain to you that it wasn't. He was just trying to say my heart goes out to you, buddy.
Oh, okay. Well.
Oh my God, remember me?
No, I still don't.
That's a very high pitched voice right there, buddy.
I get a high pitched voice when I get excited, Optimus. You want to know why I'm excited? You want to know? You want to know why I'm excited?
Yes, I do.
If it wasn't the Nazi salute, go ahead and do it.
Okay. you can believe what you want to believe. That's your opinion, but hey, God bless you, bro.
Are you gonna do it?
No, I'm gonna tell you. I want to talk to you about process and whatever topic you want to bring up. I'll explain to you.
Why won't you give your heart out to the crowd?
What do you mean, my heart? My heart goes out to everyone. So
then give your heart out to us by doing what Elon did, right?
What do you mean? Telling you that my heart goes out to you like that?
Yeah, because apparently
what's wrong with
Yahtzee
that?
Salute.
What's wrong with him saying
because it was a Yahtzee.
If he
salute,
did he say Hail Fuhrer? Did he say that?
No, but he did.
Okay, if he had said that, then I would understand, buddy. But
so then do it.
Moving along.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna make this clear. We will move on, but I think it's funny
Jeff
that you'll
Bezos putting up those indiscriminatory putting up those things like these are the things that tariffs are infecting or affecting. Do you think that would have been appropriate to do under the Biden administration as well?
Transparency with the price of your goods is always appropriate.
So that should have been highlighted when the Biden administration was in office, right?
Sure, I don't care. It's probably like most important.
Yeah, it would have been amazing. But see, so Elon Musk is able to help us be more efficient, and you're trying to help the consumer be more efficient. So you're for the people, is what you're saying.
Well, I don't know the answers to my questions have gotten you to that conclusion, but I mean, I definitely.
So USAID.
I definitely agree with the conclusion.
Where did USAID money end up in a lot of instances?
USAID money?
Yes, sir.
To the American people?
It was going to the American people, you would say?
Yes.
Where would you point out an instance where USAID went to the American public? Because I only seen instances where it was
like increasing the child tax credit, FEMA, or do you mean like the Department of USAID?
Yeah.
Oh,
the one that Elon Musk abolished.
Oh, so that was specifically a department for funding to other countries.
And where did a lot of that money end up? buddy?
Well, all of it ended up in the hands of other countries because that was the purpose of the department.
So you think that that's what occurred with that money?
Well, yes, I know that's what occurred.
I have facts that say otherwise. I have facts that a lot of these people who are earning low salaries are making millions and millions of dollars, where that isn't even ethical in no sense.
Okay, so you're saying there was actual fraud and embezzlement. Why hasn't there been any arrests made?
That's a great question, Dean.
Yeah,
why are we not
because
exercising-
if there
why are
actually
we not
was embezzlement
exercising our
and
First
fraud,
Amendment right
Donald
to
Trump
petition the government?
Donald Trump would direct the DOJ to make arrests, but it hasn't happened. What does that likely tell us, Optimus? What that tells us is that there wasn't any embezzlement or fraud.
Investigations are not underway?
Well, I mean, hey, the ABC reporter asked Trump if they were, and he refused to answer. So
they are underway. I promise you.
Okay, on who?
Excuse me?
On who?
I promise you that on. What do you mean on who?
Investigations into whom?
Miss Indian lady, wannabe Indian lady. What's her name?
Elizabeth Warren.
Many other instances where you have
also let's call Indigenous Americans.
Well, that's what she wasn't. She was supposed to be wannabe Indian, but she's not Indian.
Let's call Indigenous Americans Indigenous.
She's not though. That's the problem.
Okay,
buddy.
I'm asking. I understand that. I'm asking you to please use the term Indigenous American or just Indigenous.
Oh, is that the term that the TikTok friendly term?
That's not just a TikTok friendly term. That's the appropriate term to call Indigenous individuals.
Do you live in a nation that do you live in a state that has Native Americans in it?
Are you trying to tell me that I'm wrong?
How many Native Americans do you know?
Quite a few.
Do you really? What are their names?
I'm not going to tell you the names of any Native Americans.
I would tell you. One of my best friends, James, he's Native American. I know dozens and dozens of Native Americans, and they don't mind the term American Indian.
I have a feeling I might know.
Is that not their? Is that not the proper name? American Indian.
I have a feeling that I might know more. Okay, but I think it's important for you to please not tokenize your friends. So either just stop using these colonizer terms, or I'm gonna kick you off the live. I'm gonna give you one last chance, man. He doesn't even know his mic is muted.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. I'll apply. I'll abide by your sensitivities. I understand completely. But as I was saying, though, do you think that that's appropriate for her and other people to have money that they can't account for?
What money does Elizabeth Warren have that can't be accounted for, and how is this related to USAID and fraud, waste, and abuse as directed by the Biden-Harris administration? And how does this relate to my question on why you support the current administration?
Because they're exposing and making these things readily available to us to understand.
Okay, if it's readily available, then show the proof.
Doesn't even think about where these people's monies come from. Do you think about that?
If it's readily available, then please show the proof.
I believe transparency should be on both sides.
Okay, if it's readily available, then show the proof.
Oh, we can see. They asked them, where did you get these funds? And they said that they appeared in their accounts.
Okay, so show me that.
This is a quote. This is a quote from them. This is a quote from Elizabeth.
So show me that.
You want me to show you that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not in front of my machine right now, but I can show you where it says that. If you want, I'll DM you and at you. But to the point of argument, where do these people come up with their wealth if they don't have any lucrative skills, or how is our government being audited? That's what I want to understand, Dean. Can you explain that to me on both sides?
Okay, hey, so I just want to let you know. So I was actually able to find a fact check on Reuters saying that there's no credible evidence that she ever made the claim that money just randomly appeared in one of her accounts, and that it's false. So why are you reiterating fake claims sourced from Republican
No, I'm not
Facebook
that.
and Telegram to justify a claim about Elizabeth Warren?
So where did her money appear from, buddy? Then then look up her
It
wealth. And
didn't.
since you did
Wait,
that due diligence, look up her
wait.
wealth.
The claim that like money just randomly appeared in her claim is false. There's no evidence to back it, and I just gave you a fact check
Look.
from Reuters.
Well, look up what she has done to make that money.
Why are we looking into how Elizabeth Warren has made money? What the fuck is the relevance of that? Like seriously, what the hell is the relevance of you and
There's a
me
lot of
looking into where Elizabeth Warren has made money, you fucking weirdo? The question on the top of the screen is like, well, A, it's not a question, it's a statement. It says Trump is terrible for America. But the question being asked is, why do you support the Trump administration? And you know, like, sure, like you had like very loosely constructed this position that they were good because they abolished USAID, and you know USAID was bad because he was paying people like Elizabeth Warren a bunch of money. Then Elizabeth Warren affirmed this by saying that she had money pop up in her account that she didn't know about. And like even if that was true, then you'd have to justify that the money came from USAID, which you never be able to fucking do. But that claim is fucking false. So like, why do we even care about where Elizabeth Warren got her money at? I don't see how this relates to any reason why you've given us, insofar as why you support the current administration, or any reason that you could give us, insofar as why you could, insofar as why you support the current administration. So how about you just take a step back and you answer the question, why do you support the current administration?
Because I and other constituents of the administration are worried about the way that this is going on both sides of the aisle. That's why I'm speaking on it.
Fraud on both sides of the aisle?
Oh, yes.
So then why'd you vote for the fraudster? Literally convicted of 34 felonies of business fraud. Not to mention. He's also like defrauded like charities, universities. He like rug pulled his fans with his crypto coin. He's actively defrauding the American people by lying to them, saying that he's great for the economy, then barreling it towards a recession. Not to mention he tried to defraud the vote of every American in 2020 when he tried to literally coup, rig, and install himself for a second term. Come on.
Because I would never vote for a woman, man.
Oh, woo! Look at that. The truth comes out. There you go. There you go. The truth comes out. The truth comes out. Yeah. The truth comes out. Hey, Optimus. Hey, Optimus. Hey, Optimus. Why do you think men are better at leading than women?
Because we have an ability to solve problems, buddy.
Oh, solving problems? Well, that's typically related to IQ scores and ability to comprehend and understand and think through logic. It is the case that women have higher IQs on average compared to men, not to mention that they typically have better problem-solving skills and abilities, not only because of the fact that they have a higher IQ on average, but also because of the fact that they have a higher EQ on average, as well as there's empirical evidence to justify this fact, such as performance inside of academia. Academia is literally institutional problems that you are sourced with solving. That is why women get better grades compared to men and get more degrees than men. Now, if you're going to say that that's not the real world, that's not in the workforce, hey, man, well, you want to know what is in the workforce? Surgeons. In surgery. Surgery is what? Solving problems. And did you know that female surgeons outperform male surgeons? Wow, if you're operated on by a female compared to a male, you're less likely to experience negative outcomes of that surgery or die as a result.
Are we voting for a president?
You're voting for a president. However, the reason you told me a man would be better at being the president compared to a woman is because men are better at solving problems. Well, I just gave you 5 reasons why you're wrong, and it's actually the opposite that is true.
No, you told me that a female surgeon is better at giving surgery.
That's not all that I told you. I also told you that they perform better in school and they have higher EQs and IQs on average.
Buddy, I can put you in an institution and you can learn everything I can tell you to learn. But when you start constructing things, when you start doing deeper, and I'm not saying that women don't have a specific role to play aside us.
Chat, you guys want to see him cook?
Absolutely.
You guys want to see him
but
cook even more?
I can't see at this current state.
You guys want to see him cook even
more? We
more?
need a strong individual who is willing to be a shepherd in this world.
Hey, stop talking. I'm gonna cook you again. Are you ready?
No, don't talk to me, bro, like that.
I'm gonna talk to you how I want.
No,
to.
look, kid, you're a kid,
you're either
bro.
gonna
You don't
take
have
it or
no
leave.
real world experience.
Yeah, says the guy that thinks men are better at leading than women because you've been rejected by every woman in a 10.
Where's your father? Is your father a leader? Is your father a leader?
Damn,
Who's your
I guess that one hit home because you're talking about my dad. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and respond to, the claim that you just made. So you say men are better at solving problems than women. Then I'm like, no, that's wrong. And then I give you like 5 or 6 different points of justification insofar as why that's correct. Hey, Optimus, are you listening to what I'm saying?
You're not answering the question though. You do exactly.
You didn't ask me a question. You made a statement.
Yes, I did. I said leading, buddy. I said when it comes to the position, bro, you're missing the position. We're climbing.
Optimus?
You're climbing a tree.
Hey,
just
Optimus, I just want you to listen to me. I'm not climbing a different tree because I asked you why you think men are better at leading than women, and what did you say?
Because they have a more tendency to solve problems, buddy.
Right. So when I'm disputing the claim that men are better at solving problems than women, I am therefore disputing the claim that men are better at leading than women. Do we see how that's implied? There? It's just logic. It's very simple logic, Optimus. So anyways, I'm gonna go to.
You're lost, obviously, on what we're talking about.
No, you're lost. You told me that I was climbing up a different tree when I was disputing the claim that men are better at solving problems than women. When that is the reason why you think.
Substance comes into play.
Hey, Optimus, I'm gonna go ahead and count down from 5 here, man. Because you're listening to me.
You ain't gonna count down to me. Go ahead and have a good day, Dean. God bless you, man.
All right, if you're so good at solving problems, why you're running?
I'm not running, bro. You just don't understand the real world. It's
I think what you mean when you say I don't understand shit is that you don't understand what I'm saying.
I run a coaching called Shift, bro. Look at your keyboard and you'll understand, man. There's a pattern to this, man. It's 1 through 10, man. Shift your mentality, man. You got to shift it.
Can you give us a lesson from this coaching proposal real quick? Could you give us a free lesson?
Oh, my paradigm shifting principles?
Yeah, could you give us one of these paradigm shifting principles?
Oh man, I was born for this, man. So when you wanna think, man, you have to change your mindset. So if you look at your computer, there's a code to what everything is put. So shift 1 is your freedom. It's basically the First Amendment, freedom of speech. Be able to exclaim what you want to believe in. If you exclaim it, you will claim it. Shift 2, act, affirm it, and you will find it. Whatever you're affirming, you're going to find. So a lot of people like you and Charlie Kirk, you guys are affirming a lot of nonsense, but you're never going to touch it. There's no substance to it. So affirm whatever you're going to believe in yourself.
I got a course for you too.
You don't have a course for me.
Have you ever heard of E-Rich lifestyle? Have you ever heard of E-Rich lifestyle?
No.
Sorry, continue. There's probably like 2% of the people watching got that. For the 98% of people watching that didn't get that, don't worry about it. Continue, Optimus. Sorry.
Yeah, that's because you think you know what you're talking about, buddy. Shift number 3 is the pound symbol, right? Pound it. Hashtag. If you are thinking about,
stop making it damn sense.
Absolutely, man. If you pay attention, bro.
You know what? I'm actually
pay attention, man. It's as simple as tic-tac-toe, man.
I got
a question for you. Here's the last question that I'll ask you.
No,
I'm going to ask you a question.
I'm going to talk, and you're going to go on mute. You know, I bet this guy actually could be pretty successful in the manosphere, and that is fucking insane. That's so disappointing.
I have an IQ question for you, buddy.
Oh, dear God.
If you answer this question correctly, then I'll know where you stand.
Okay, I'm going to answer.
All right,
so I'm going to, one moment. I'm going to answer your question.
Go ahead.
I'm going to answer your question and like help you uncode the matrix. Okay, but once we do that, I have like 1 or 2 questions for you. Is that fair?
Yeah, let me ask the question first, and then I'm all the way. I'm all ears for you, buddy.
Okay. Take it away.
So if me and you play 50 games of tic-tac-toe, how many games do you win, lose, or cats draw?
If we play 50 games of tic-tac-toe, I mean, it depends on who would start the game. I mean, there's like methodology in which you can always win a game of tic-tac-toe, assuming that you're the first person to start. Now, if it switches on and off every time, I don't know. Who gives a fuck? Are you ready for my question?
Yeah. See, who gives a fuck? Because you're simple-minded. You can't think. You're TikTok brain, bro. Let me answer the question for you, because for us smart people, 100% of the time I'm gonna get 50 games. If I'm paying attention, there's nothing that could stop you. And the world is paying attention now, man. So wake up and make the
Madison,
shift.
Thank you so much for the galaxy. Okay, let's play a game. Oh no, he left. I was gonna play a game of tic-tac-toe with him. Oh, I'm so sad. He left. I was literally going to play a game of tic-tac-toe with him. Oh, I'm really sad about that. He lied to us. What a liar. What a liar. Unfortunate. Okay. All right. Hey, we're gonna get the next Trump supporter up in here, I guess, but what a fucking liar. What a liar. Okay. All right. Somebody in the chat says I'm weird. Listen. Oh, he's back in the queue. He's back. He's
Right? I was just telling you have a good day, man. 'cause I didn't think
let's
that
play
you
a
were
game.
ready for-
Let's play a game
Are
of
you ready to
tic-tac-toe.
shift your mindset though?
Are you ready to
Hey,
play a game
Dean,
of
if you're ready to
tic-tac-toe?
shift- Let's go. Let's go then.
Okay, all right. All right. Oh, calm down. Let's play a game of tic-tac-toe. Yeah. We're gonna do this. We're gonna get it open.
Let's do it, Dean.
Perfect. This is phenomenal. This is phenomenal. All right. Let me draw it out.
Shift number 3 out here for those who are paying attention, y'all.
What? Stop talking, please. Spare my audience.
Spare your mind, bro. You might learn something, youngster.
Spare their minds, bro. Come on. Oh, geez, this pin sucks. Oh, this pin really sucks. It's empty, and it's brand new too.
Just like your mind.
Jesus
I'm
Christ.
ready for you. Whenever you're ready, I'll beat you all. I'm not. I say 100% of the time, I'll get Cat's game with you, buddy.
Oh wait, I thought you said that
can't
you beat me.
You can't beat me. You can't beat me in when I'm paying attention, buddy.
I thought you said that you'd beat me, not that you'd make a draw.
That's not what I said, sir. That's not what I said.
Yes, it is.
No, I didn't.
Yes, your
I
claim
said
was that you could.
100% of the time I would get Cat's game.
No,
You don't listen.
you said 100% of the time you'd win.
No, you're sure not gonna win.
No.
No, you're not gonna win.
Okay,
bro.
are you just too much of a
just
too much of a beta male to win 100% of the time? Come on. Okay, we're only gonna buy your course if you win.
No, you'll never beat me though. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
We will only buy your course if you win.
You can't buy my course, bro. This is the universe. This is the universe talking to you, buddy.
Okay.
This ain't me,
deal.
bro.
Here's the deal. Let's see if you can
Go first, kid.
Let's see if you could beat me. I'm gonna be X's, and you're gonna be O's.
All right, let's get it. All right, bet. Let's go with go in the middle.
Okay. Sweet. It's your turn again.
Go at the bottom.
Right there?
Yep. Tic-tac-toe, I beat you, buddy. Let me get that up there. Up top. I win.
Oh, fuck.
You
No,
lose.
he won!
You lose.
He won! No! No, he won! He actually did win. Okay, all right.
Hey, Dean, I love you,
All right.
man. Hey.
All right, no, how did I
God
sell
love
so
you,
hard?
bro.
How did I
Make
sell?
sure you make
No,
the shift,
shut the
buddy.
fuck up. Shut the fuck. Everyone unfollow me. Unfollow me. I see over on the Discord, leave the Discord. Everyone on TikTok, unfollow me. Everyone just unfollow me right now. Unfollow me. I give up. Unfollow me. Everyone right now, unfucking follow me. Okay? Unfollow me. Imagine people take it seriously, and they do. You want to play again? You know what?
Man,
Actually,
do you have the mental capacity to play,
I have a trick for you. Okay, are you ready? Somebody in the Discord says, "Is that a humiliation ritual?" I don't know.
All right, look. Since I beat you, let me at least tell you the rest of the principles.
No. We're not going to shift the paradigm together. Okay. All right. That was so embarrassing.
Paradigm shifting principles. Hey, make the shift, bro.
I'm gonna be up late at night thinking about that. I can't believe that just happened. I can't. That is like by far one of the most embarrassing things that has ever happened in my life.
Hey, I love you, bro, man. Jesus loves you.
And now this guy thinks he's smart too. I just simply overlooked his move. Like if we look at it here, okay, When he made that move, I wasn't even focusing on where he was going to move next. I was focusing
Hey.
on where I was going to move next. So I got him set up for this box. I didn't even think about it. I didn't even think about the box. Go ahead and unmute.
The shift.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Let me tell you the rest. Let me
No,
tell you. At least
no,
three
you said I could ask you a question next.
and then we'll play one
No,
more
no,
game.
no,
and
no,
then
no,
I
no, no,
hope
no,
you
no,
know-
no,
Then
no,
I hope you'll
no, no,
understand.
No. What's 3 squared?
You're not thinking in symbols, man. You're thinking
Really?
in numbers, and
Really?
you're not there yet, bro.
Really? What's 3 squared?
That's 9, buddy.
What's what's the square root of 9?
The square root of pi,
Of 9.
that would be 3.14 times 2, bro. I mean, times itself.
The square root of
Brother,
pi
brother, my
is not
point- let me-
3.14 times
I know you're
2.
confused
Neither
right
is
now,
the
but
square root of
nevertheless, bro,
9.
let me explain.
Holy fucking shit. I just lost to somebody that thinks that the square root of either 9 or pi, I think he was unclear on the question I was asking him, was 3.14 times 2. I can't even believe it. I can't even believe it. Hey, Optimus. I got another question for you. Remember earlier when you said that men were better problem solvers than women?
Brother, I know, I get what
Hey,
you're saying, bro.
Optimus,
You're-
Optimus,
you're
listen to me.
still-
Listen to
you're
me.
still
Listen
in
to
the
me.
Stone
Listen to
Age,
me.
bro.
Listen to me. Am I a man or a woman?
What's your pronouns, bro?
He, him. Am I a man or a woman?
Well, then you must be a man, apparently.
So I guess men actually aren't that good at problem solving skills. Hey, I have a question for all the women watching. Do you think that you could have beat him in tic-tac-toe?
Can I tell you the next 3 men not get out your way, buddy?
Yeah,
Just so
yeah.
I can.
I mean,
just so I can help you, bro.
it looks like your hypothesis here is doubting itself. Now, I also want to ask you, why do you think that men are better at problem solving than women, Mister? I don't know how to tell you what the square root of 9 is.
Paradigm shift, bro. Yourself, bro.
Okay, so why do you think men are better at problem solvers than women?
I don't think that they're any less of problem solvers. They just don't have the ability to bring. It'll be hard for a man to reconcile something that needs to be like a father has his place in the household, a mother has her place in the household. When things don't operate the way they're supposed to operate, when people lose sight of the natural way of things, it can become hard to solve problems, bro.
This guy can't even give me a coherent argument. I'm kicking him. What the fuck was he? I'm gonna be 65 years old reminded of how I lost tic-tac-toe to one of the dumbest fucking Trump supporters I've ever talked to. You know, my grandchildren are gonna be giving a eulogy at my funeral. And they're going to remind me when I lost a game of tic-tac-toe to a guy that runs an online course in the manosphere called Shift, like the button on your keyboard. Bro, it's tic-tac-toe. Yeah. God, I'm never going to hear the end of that one.
Dean, I love you.
Appreciate you, man. We're good. Oh, if you're in that queue, make sure that you support the administration. We're gonna go ahead and get that next guest up here. Yo, Hype, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, as well as Sam. Thank you for the $20 as well. Everyone, please show some love to Hype and Sam down below in the comment section. Oh no. Also, Jennifer, thank you for the $50 donation over on Venmo from around 20 minutes ago. Thank you so much for the love, Jennifer. I want everybody in this stream to show some love to Jennifer down below in that comment section. Quite frankly, right now, thank you so much, Jennifer. 500 Jennifer W's down below. Thank you. I appreciate that. As well as thank you for the Galaxy Genevieve. Jennifer says, from an intelligent woman, Optimus is super emotional. Thanks, Stenia. Optimus was something else. But Jennifer, thank you so much for the $50. As well as Alexia, thank you for the $10. And Kaylee, thank you for the $25. And Sid with the 25. Thank you, Kaylee and Sid, for the 25. Both. Everybody, please show some love to Kaylee and Sid down below in the comment section. As well as Kara, C-A-R-A, with the 25. Thank you. Kara says, I've been listening since before the election, and today my 15-year-old daughter made me order her flag with your face on it. She's been properly indoctrinated. That's W. I think that makes me feel a little strange, but if you know you're the parent and you approve of it, I trust your judgment. Hello, W. Do you support Trump?
How the fuck did you lose that game, dude? Come on.
Shut up and debate me. Do you support Trump?
No, but come on,
Get the fuck off my live! Get off my live! Get off my live! Leave! We're gonna move on to the next guest. We got I Love Pineapples loading up in. Oh no! Oh Jesus Christ! Hello, do you support Trump?
Hi. Yes.
Okay. How old are you?
20.
20. What year are you born in?
2004.
2004. Sweet. So why do you support Trump?
Free Palestine. Fuck you, Israel. Anik Israel.
Oh, okay. I thought she was trying to imply that she supports Trump because she thinks that Palestine should be freed. But nope. Anyways, I agree with you. Free Palestine. Moving on to the next guest. We're going to get the next guest up in the box. If you're in that queue, make sure that means you support the current administration. Kara, thank you so much for the... Kara, thank you for the $20. I keep on catching strays and L's, and you're going to understand when I read this donation off why. I just caught an L. Kara, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Kara says, how to donate because I heard you pronounce Kara correctly. Proud of you. And then when I first read your name, I pronounce it incorrectly. Dude, thank you for the $20, Kara. Everyone, shout out to Kara. That is K. All right. Thank you so much for the love. What is going on, Katie? Do you support Trump?
Okay, I do not, but I just wanted to come on here to tell you that I love watching you and I love your debates and how quick you are to shut down the Trump supporters. So I just wanted to tell you I'm proud of you, love you. I hope your voice gets heard.
Katie, I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for coming up here and saying that. I thank you. Thank you, Katie. That is incredibly kind of you. I would also like to thank Alexia for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Everyone, shout out to Alexia. Alexia says,
Hello.
hi, can you say hi to my friend Owens? We love you. Thank you for all that you do. Shout out Owens. What's going on, Owens? Thank you so much for being here. Alexia, thank you so much for the $20, but huge shout out Owens. As well as Haley, thank you for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Haley says, I love you, Icon, but please don't wear pale yellow again. You're definitely, a king that needs darker colored shirts. Is this not flattering? I will keep that in mind. Thank you for the $50, though, Haley. Show some love to Haley. It means the world, and I'll keep that in mind that this color is not too flattering on me in the future. As well as Lewis, thank you so much for the $13 on PayPal. I'm going to read your donation message out in a bit, Lewis. What's going on, Michael? Do you support Trump?
What's up? Yeah.
Hey,
Why
man.
wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't I?
Yeah.
Okay, Michael, how old are you?
I'm 23.
Really?
How old are you?
I'm 20. Okay, you said why wouldn't I support him? Because because he likes to violate the Constitution. We'll start there.
Okay. So what?
So what? The Constitution is important.
Okay.
It's only
I agree.
the fact that the entirety of this country was built off of it. So what do you mean, so what? Talking about a constitutional violation. So what? Oh, somebody murdered my grandma. So what? Oh, somebody rolled a fucking school bus of young children. So what? Like what?
No, but are you just trying to reference all of his constitutional violations?
Yeah, Michael, I am. What year were you born in?
2001, 3 days after 9/11.
Okay. So, yeah, that'll make you 23. Okay, Michael, go ahead. So yeah, we'll start off there. One reason why I don't support the administration is because they like to violate the Constitution. Their policy also is redistributing wealth from the poor to the rich, according to the Institute on Taxation and Economics. And he's fascist.
How's he fascist?
Well, because he fills all 14 characteristics and are pillars of fascism in the literature. That's why I'd say that.
Okay. How would Miss Harris be any better than what he's doing right now?
Yeah, because her tax policy was built to help low and middle income Americans. In fact, it was only designed to benefit them. Once again, Donald Trump redistributes wealth from them to the rich, and he is currently barreling us towards a recession. There's one thing, not to mention she's not a fascist, and she hasn't ran on constitutional violations. So,
Yeah, but what's wrong with fascism?
all right, Michael, you could hit the road.
Okay, I can't. I'm sorry, bro. I can't do it anymore. I'm just kidding. You.
Okay, it's a troll. All right. I didn't even think he was trolling. I just wasn't even gonna really debate him on that. Hey, what's going on, Tiff? Do you support Trump?
I actually don't.
Hey, bro. W Tiff in that chat. Let's go, W Tiff. While we're loading up that next guest. Hey, Sid. Thank you for the $50 super chat on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, Sid. I want to see 500 Sid W's. Sid says, damn, Dean's catching strays. Might have lost TikTok toe, but at least you're pretty. From a lesbian. Sid, I appreciate you for the love. Shout out, Sid, everyone. And thank you so much for the $50 donation. We love Sid. We love Sid. Huge shout out to Sid. As well as Sean with the $2. And then one more person here. Give me one moment, you guys. Haley with another $30. Thank you, Haley. That is Hailee with a $30 saying, you're always slay no matter what. Sorry, icon. No, I appreciate you for the input. It means the world. Thank you, Haley. As well as CD with a $15. Thank you. All right, what's going on, Wes? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Okay, what time is it?
I'm in military time. It's 2015.
So it's 8:15 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What state do you live in?
Indiana. I'm 20 years old. I was born in April 2004.
Okay. Name 3 cities in Indiana.
Bargersville, Greenwood, Indianapolis.
Do you say
Gary?
Greenland?
Greenwood.
Greenwood. Yeah, you're spot on. All right. Why do you support Trump?
I mean, realistically.
Wait. When did you say your birth year was?
2004.
And how old are you? And what day? And how old did you say you were?
Or I guess I'm 21 now. So.
Did you say that you were 20 earlier?
Yeah, I did. I literally just turned last month. I don't know. I keep saying I'm 20.
Yeah. Whatever. Okay, tell us why you support the administration. I'm not gonna lie, I did that too after my 19th birthday. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's weird. I keep doing it. I mean, I support him mainly. I'm a big crypto supporter. I mean, I know there's a bunch of scams. Everyone hates it. But I mean, I seriously think some of the projects on there can really change the world. And just our economy. So.
Brother. Hey man.
Dude, here, let me
I think that crypto is pretty cool too. All right. I think that human rights are a little bit more important than crypto, and he's not even good for crypto. Can we agree that crypto markets, the larger coins, typically do follow the general U.S. stock market?
Actually, I mean, in the last bull run, it was complete opposite. Stock market would go down, crypto would kind of pump. Same thing with Bitcoin.
You don't see that with BTC and Ethereum. I don't believe you.
Well, I mean, not anymore. This bull run's a lot different than last bull run. I'll give you that.
I don't think we've ever seen it. I've been tracking BTC and Ethereum since middle school.
And you're saying that it doesn't follow, or it does follow the stock market?
Yeah, it has a positive correlation to U.S. stock markets.
So then why is, how is Bitcoin, worth, almost 100K? That doesn't make sense. But, the S&P 500...
Because it's down. It was at over 100K before the election, and now it's down, just like the U.S. markets.
Why is it, the NASDAQ or, S&P 500 worth, 100K?
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that they follow the same positive correlation. Okay. So if general markets are up by like 5%, it's likely that Bitcoin will as well. All right. Be up by 5%, regardless of what an individual Bitcoin is worth or regardless of what an individual share inside of the S&P 500 is worth. The fact of the matter is that the larger crypto coins generally follow general US markets. Donald Trump has been bad for the US stock market. He's been so bad for it.
Actually,
Now he's
I
blaming its
I
poor
would
performance on
disagree. I
Biden.
know you said we're going into a
And
recession
and
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 stuff.
and and this country's now going into a recession, so future
Uh,
prospects
no,
are
it's
bleak,
it's
meaning that
not going
crypto is
anywhere.
actually going to be like pretty bleak in the long term, man.
I definitely do see crypto going down for sure. But then
So
again, like
so
I
why would
feel
you
like
vote
every
for him
market.
to make your crypto worth less? That's completely irrational.
I mean, if you're buying and selling crypto like I am, you're doing it for profits.
So you're just doing
Um,
like short-term trading with like smaller coins, including meme coins. Well, guess what? Those are not
no,
going to
I
be
mean,
touched by the president.
even Bitcoin. I mean, Trump has a company that owns like a bunch of smaller altcoins. I'll give you one. Here's
That doesn't
SCI.
that doesn't change like anything. Why does this make you support his presidency though?
I mean, okay, for instance, I mean, you believe in like not, I mean, free healthcare essentially. Like, I mean, that's kind of like a democratic thing now.
Yeah. What does this have to do with like meme
So, I
coins?
mean, so there's a coin XRP and there's a coin
And
on the
XRP
ledger.
is down.
Okay, well, yeah. So is every coin. Like,
Right, because of Trump.
because the economy has been super inflated for the past 4 years. And
No,
then
no.
because,
Oh, you
no,
liar.
hear me out, hear me
Liar,
out,
liar,
no, hear me
pants
out,
on
hear me out,
fire. I'll hear
hear me
you
out.
out,
If
but
it
you're
wasn't
lying.
Trump, if you said what?
I'll hear you out, but you're lying.
How am I lying?
Yeah,
How does
because
it?
you
What
said
do
the
you?
reason why like markets are down right now is because of this like inflated, propped up economy in the last 4 years. That's just a fucking lie. That's not true. No, not true at all. The reason why markets
How
are
would that
down
not
right
make
now
sense?
is because Donald Trump decided to implement blanket tariffs on every single other country in the world, and this
Okay,
significantly
so
reduced consumer confidence. It's reduced consumer spending, and now we have like recesses in our quarterly GDP growth. The fact of the matter is that Donald Trump is 100% responsible and culpable for like the current macroeconomic trends that we see not only in the market, like
in
stock market,
November,
but also
in
insofar as GDP
November
growth.
last year, in November last year, there was so much money just flowing into the stock market for no reason. Like literally nothing was happening. Like I mean, there was no rates coming out. Like no one even put out like their I can't even think of it right now. Like how much they make type shit. Like companies. Like how much they're making, like they didn't like give those results out or anything. There was just a bunch of money flowing in the stock market last November, and I mean,
What happened in November?
nothing. That's
Yes,
what I'm saying.
what? The election happened in November.
So okay, and here's
Yeah,
kind of a
yeah,
point that I
yeah.
had.
And
Do
what
you think-
artificially inflated U.S. markets because of the election in November? A false sense of confidence in Donald Trump's economic policy. What you're explaining right now is like is the Trump pump and dump.
Biden's
Yo,
economy.
say that 3
How
times
would that
quick.
make
The
s-
Trump pump
how
and
would that
dump. The
make
Trump
any
pump and
sense?
dump. Say that with me.
How would that make,
Say that with
how
me.
would
The
that,
Trump pump and
how would
dump.
that make any sense?
How does that make any
If-
sense? It's because Trump was able to convince.
If Trump
49
wasn't president, how is he
I'm trying to
pumping
make-
the
I'm trying to
economy?
I'm trying to make it make sense to you if you're gonna listen to me.
If Trump wasn't president, how is he inflating how is he pumping the economy?
Because you don't need to be president. All you need to do is win the presidency in order to give the constituents of this country a false sense of confidence in the market.
I'm talking about before. I'm talking about before the election.
Well, we didn't see a massive pump and dump before the election. What are you talking about? In fact, we literally saw.
I can definitely agree that Trump is quote unquote dumping the economy.
Like, wait. The largest like day increase in the NASDAQ composite that I'm looking at right now in the last year was on November 5th, the day of the election.
You said in the NASDAQ?
NASDAQ composite.
Try S&P though. S&P's
The
a better.
the NASDAQ composite is a much larger like
So,
fair spread compared to the S&P. I don't mind looking at the S&P as well though.
But the S&P's better, like bigger, better companies.
Yeah,
It's like mathematics.
we could look at the
Yeah.
S&P index. That's fine. 1 year, boom, same thing. I told you the trend, like the market, the market follows the same trend. S&P, Nasdaq Composite, the largest like 1 day increase I see in the last year was on November 5th. Okay, so the artificial like pump that we saw in November to American markets was because Trump won the election. Okay, and why did Trump winning the election artificially pump U.S. markets? It's because he gave people a false sense of confidence in the American economy. Okay, and that's obviously true because he was able to get 49.9% of American voters to vote for him because they thought he'd be good for the economy. And he's obviously not good for the economy. He's sending it into a recession right now. So it's obviously a false sense, right? So this perfectly explains the
I don't think we're
artificial
going into a
pump in
recession.
November, predicated on a false sense of confidence in the market because he won the election.
Okay.
This is common sense. This
All right,
is
for
literally
sure.
common
I'll
sense.
give you the Trump pump and dub. I mean, it happened in his previous election as well. So I mean,
Yeah,
I'll
like,
give you that for
duh.
sure.
This is like very obvious. So it's funny because
I
what
mean,
you're
with
telling us, I
crypto-
just want to
with
clarify.
crypto, though.
I just want to clarify here, Wes. So your argument was that right now the market is performing terribly because we saw like an artificial pump in the market in November, right?
I mean, for the past 4 years, in my opinion, like I mean,
What
if
does
your
that even
economy,
mean? How could you say that?
if your economy is inflated, obviously stocks are going to go up. That
Wait, why?
makes
What do you?
complete
What do
sense.
you I want you to explain to me what you mean when you say that the Biden-Harris administration inflated the market. To me, that's just incoherent gibberish.
Didn't like the like hourly rate like go up? You know what I'm saying? Like I mean,
What?
I saw an
Wait, did the what go up?
your like pay per hour, like on every single job. Like I saw plenty of jobs. paying
Real
20
median
an hour.
wages?
Yeah,
Yeah, real median wages went up.
and I feel like there's a different word, but I feel like they are the same definition. But I mean, the economy is
So you're
inflated.
saying
and
because the real median wages went up under the Biden-Harris
people have
administration,
more money.
People have more
People
money.
have more money.
Right. They have more
So
purchasing
they have
power.
more money to put into stocks. Does that not make
They
sense?
have more money to spend.
Spend and put into stocks. Yes.
So why is
So
an
the
increase?
economy is inflated.
Why is this a bad thing?
Because these companies were, I mean, it's inflating the dollar. I don't agree with that. I just don't agree.
This was actually a response.
Inflation is bad.
Hey Wes.
Inflation is good,
Hey Wes.
but just not the way it was for the past one.
So do you think that we should make real median wages go down? We should pay people less?
I mean, well, here's the thing. I mean, if you pay everyone less, like things are going to cost less.
So should we do it?
I mean, no, because inflation at a steady rate is good.
Wait. So if it's a bad thing to
Inflation
pay,
is
wait. Answer my question. If it's a bad thing to pay people more, how come it's not a good thing to pay
almost
people
double.
less?
Like I was getting, I literally, I had the same job.
Real
and
median
I
wages on the
got
macro
some-
scale in the American economy did not double. That's not true.
I mean, my job doubled.
Okay, who fucking cares? You're not a macroeconomic indicator. Get out of here.
Okay, well, I mean, my job was pretty shitty. It was just a basic.
I don't care. You're not a macroeconomic indicator. Completely irrelevant.
Okay, well, I mean, but I mean, back to crypto though. Like, I seriously think.
No. I want you to answer my question. You're saying that an
What was
increase in
your
real median wages under the Biden-Harris administration was a bad thing. So then why
Because
would
it was
increasing real median wages be a good thing?
because of the rate it was going at. Like, the economy was inflated like out of the water.
So
It was-
so
I
so what
don't
was
know
what was a
percent.
year-by-year percent increase in real median wages under the Biden-Harris administration?
I'm not too sure. Look it
So
up.
then how do you know it was too much?
It felt like a bunch.
Okay, what do you mean
I
felt?
mean, gas went up.
Felt according to whom?
According to me and like a lot of
so
people.
just like super duper like these are your seemings?
My what?
Like you're just saying that it felt like this, so like your feelings? I want to talk about facts.
I mean, gas went up, oil went up.
So you're saying that the Biden-Harris administration inflated the economy by increasing the price of gas?
Gas, oil,
Okay,
groceries.
so how do they increase the price of gas?
There was some. They actually got rid of the tariffs or something. There was they stopped doing that deal or something. I forget what deal it was called, but they stopped doing the deal that Trump had. What do you know what deal I'm talking about? I
No.
completely forget. You're better than me. His tariffs.
Okay, so if
'Cause that's
we stop
information.
tariffing oil imports into America, the price of oil and gas would go down because you'd have a larger supply at a lower price. So that actually decreased the price of gas if that happened.
Well, I'm not even, dude. Honestly, I'm not even too sure. Like, I haven't. Honestly, I've been trying to like get on this live for like 2 days to kind of debate you about crypto.
So now that we've agreed that you just basically think they increased the price of gas with no real evidence, well, it's because they didn't.
How
The reason
how
why
is there
we-
no? Dude, the real evidence is literally walking outside of your house, going to your nearest gas station, and being like, "Oh shit, gas increased by 20 cents."
And that's real
40
evidence that the
cents.
president caused it. Got it. So if I go out on my street tonight to drive to my friends to jam out and play some piano, and I notice that there's more cars parked along the street, is that real evidence that Trump caused there to be more cars parked along the street? Like, this is literally the meme of like, oh, something bad happens. This is Trump's America that you've been seeing me and other liberals on the internet make since his inauguration. It's like, seriously, it's a meme. Like, the argument.
I mean, back to the free healthcare thing.
No,
though, that I
not
really
back
wanted
to anything. I want you to recognize that the argument is just complete shit. You're literally giving me a meme.
Yeah,
Your argument is
this
that
is why I,
if
like,
you see
really
something,
don't even agree
no.
with what you're doing.
Stop talking.
Seriously.
Your argument is that if
Yeah,
you
and
see,
you're like,
no,
"Oh,
no,
stop
no, no,
talking."
no, no,
No,
no,
it's
no, please just
crazy.
allow me to
Like,
finish.
what
Please
you
just
do
allow
is
me to
actually,
finish.
like, horrible
Please
for
just
America. I'm not
please
gonna
just allow me to finish. Your argument.
What you do is so bad for America, bro. Go ahead, finish
Wes,
that.
the way you think is bad for
I'll get,
America.
no, here,
Wes,
I agree. Actually,
Wes,
actually,
the
I
way
agree.
you think is bad for America, you're literally arguing that if you see something, the president caused it. So I have a question. In Trump's first term, did he cause a pandemic? Did he cause the highest level of unemployment in the last 100 years because it happened under his term in April of 2020? Did he cause millions of Americans to lose their jobs and die?
Well, I didn't see anybody die, and I didn't see anyone unemployed, and I didn't see anyone. The other one you said. So, to be honest, I don't know.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not trolling. I didn't see anybody.
Have you ever been to Antarctica?
No. Why would I go to Antarctica?
How do you know Antarctica exists?
It's on the map.
It's on a map, and why is it on the map? So
Why is it on the map?
Are you saying that you have data that it exists that you haven't seen personally?
I've seen the data, but I haven't seen Antarctica.
Okay. Well, I mean, you could see the data about COVID killing people by typing in COVID deaths in America before 2021.
Have I seen the data? No, I haven't seen the data. But I have seen the data of
Are
XRP
you arguing
giving
because you haven't seen it,
other
and therefore
countries.
doesn't exist?
No, I'm not saying that.
That
I'm
is
just
what
saying
that
that
is
I
what you're
haven't seen
saying. Hey man, do you remember playing hide and go seek as a toddler? You'd cover your eyes and you'd only see black, so therefore you were invisible to whoever was trying to find you. That's your argument right now. Why are you giving me the same argument that a toddler gives when playing hide and go seek?
Because I don't research. I mean, I have researched it, but I don't like. I'm not in the mindset to kind of give you all of the information, statistics, and data that you're
Are you a
looking
big
for,
fan of
so-
like do you like research history at all?
No.
Do you know anything about like global history between the years, let's say 600 and 900?
BC?
Yeah,
No.
AD. So you don't know anything that happened in the world between 600 and 900 AD. correct?
Actually, yeah, I mean, I might, but realistically, I can't tell you like why.
Okay,
what happened.
so therefore, according to your logic, because you've never seen anything that's happened between 600 and 900 AD, and you've not even seen any data of anything that has happened between 600 and 900
Didn't
AD,
happen?
does this
No,
mean
that's
that
not what I'm
according to
saying.
you that nothing happened between 600 and 900 AD?
You're literally pulling shit out of your ass. Like, I'm not even kidding.
That's the
like, I don't
argument
even
that
know.
you gave me.
That is not the argument.
Yes, it is. That's it. You said that like you don't have good enough reason to believe that we had a record high level of employment.
I did not say
Yes, yeah,
those
or
words did not
that
come
or
out
that
of my mouth.
COVID killed anybody because you never personally saw
No,
anybody
you brought up
die,
COVID. I didn't
or
say
you never
COVID
personally
once.
saw anybody unemployed. Okay, well, like the
This is insane.
synonymous argument is because you've never seen anything happen
No,
between
my
600 and
synonymous
900
argument is
AD.
that
Therefore, nothing did happen.
Crypto is gonna change the world, and then like one day you're gonna be like, oh my gosh, like
What the
oh,
fuck?
crap! I
Dude, crypto bros are so brain rotted. Just engage with the position that I'm giving you. So your original argument was that the Biden-Harris administration
my original
inflated. Are
argument
you going to
was to
listen to
bring
me?
up
I'm going to
crypto.
force
You
you to
started
listen to me in
bringing up
5,
COVID.
4, 3, 2, 1, and now you're on mute and you're forced to listen to me. So once again, this is what the argument came from: is how you believe that the Biden-Harris administration artificially propped up their economy. I asked you how, and you said by making gas more expensive. I asked you how they made gas more expensive. You couldn't indicate any evidence. So then I pointed out the fact that you had no real evidence, and then you're like, well, the real evidence was the fact that when you went outside and went to your local gas station, you saw an increase in the price of gas. So then I pointed out that your argument is essentially saying that if you see something happen in America, the president caused it. So I brought up a synonymous application of your logic, saying that therefore Trump caused a pandemic, therefore Trump caused people to die from the pandemic, and therefore Trump caused the highest level of unemployment that we've seen in the last 100 years in America in 2020 in April at 14.8%. And then your response to counter me applying your logic to yield absurd outcomes about Trump was that you didn't
No.
personally see it, implying that it therefore didn't happen. Okay? right? So then to dispute the logic that you have to see something in order to believe that it happened, I brought up the fact that you've never seen anything happen through 600 and 900 AD, meaning that your logic would entail that therefore nothing did happen between 600 and 900 AD. By the way, Chad, I'm banning the people.
So I mean, maybe it didn't. I don't know. Maybe it didn't happen. I mean, if we could come to a common ground,
So,
like,
so I just want to clarify that you're literally now saying that maybe nothing happened between 600 and 900 AD. Is that really?
Yeah, but I'm
is
being
that really
sarcastic.
what you're saying? Okay, well, stop being sarcastic and legitimately respond to the positions I'm giving you. I don't waste my time on sarcasm.
I mean, you're kind of wasting your time on this because, like, okay, so here's the thing: if you walk, I mean, into a business and someone like is on the computer doing the data for the business, and then you walk over to the person that's like carrying the wood
Amazing.
for the
Think of the
business.
galaxy. I don't want you to give me an analogy. I want you to respond to the argument I just gave you. Or I'm gonna kick
They're
you.
going
Pretty
to
simple.
be like, it's just gonna be okay for sure. I'm just gonna leave because you're a fucking retard. Like,
Okay, all right. Well, he didn't even give me the chance to kick him. He fucking kicked him himself. TikTok, please don't ban me. And for everyone listening, I apologize for his language. He left. He crashed out, man. That's kind of what they do. All right, we're gonna go and move on to the next guest. It's what Trump supporters do, y'all. Rana, thank you for the space, dog. I appreciate that. As well as Lewis, thank you for the $7 over on PayPal. Hannah with a $1. And then Nick, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal, saying I just wanted to show you my love because you're very, very talented, dude. Nick, thank you so much for the love. That is so incredibly kind of you. Everyone, please show some love to Nick down below in that chat. As well as Kelly with the $20 on PayPal. KELLI. Thank you so much for the love, Kelly. And Michelle with a meteor shower. Thank you, Kelly and Michelle. And as well as Lewis with another $13. Thank you, Lewis. As well as Carrie with a $50 on Venmo. That is CAREY. Everyone, please show some love to Carrie in that chat. Thank you, Carrie. Carrie says, you've taught me so much. Thanks for all that you do. Thank you for the kind message and the $50 donation. That's incredibly kind. As well as Mr. Connor with the $20 donation on Venmo, saying for the tic-tac-toe lessons. Yeah, I'm going to need to take some of those, man. Good to see you, Connor. Thank you so much for the $20. Carrie with the $50. And then Justine with the $25 donation over on Venmo. Justine says, from New York, keep killing it. Also, though, could you please look into lowering the debaters' volume and raising yours on the YouTube stream? Don't worry, I'm still actively trying to figure that one out. Thank you so much for the love, Justine, Carrie, Austin, Connor, and everyone. As well as, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo from a while ago. Why are you ignoring me? Did I offend you? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you. No, you're not offending me or anything. But guys, thank you so much for the donations. You guys are so incredibly kind. We're going to get that next guest up here while we are. I'd also like to thank ERI for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Ari. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as Mars with the $10, Myth with the $10, Sarah with a 5, Sean with a 2. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. We're going to go and get that next guest up in here. All right. We got Hunter James loading in, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. Guys, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that comment section if you would like to come up. Also, y'all, I think I need to shoot my friend off a text. And the only way I could do that right now is if I actually have my laptop. I was going to say the only way I could do that is if I were to like pause my stream, but I have my laptop right here that I could shoot him a text off of. Okay. All right. Who's next? Also, hey, man, if you're watching, I'd really appreciate it if you'd follow me on Instagram. I'm not going to lie. I am like so close. I'm like so close to 1 million followers on Instagram. In fact, let me go ahead and just hit the refresh and see exactly what we're at while we're getting that next guest up in here. Yeah, we're at 997,000 followers on there. If everybody watching went and followed on the Instagram, we'd hit 1 million in the next 5 seconds. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's insane. That's insane. That's insane. What's going on, Ronald? Do you support Trump? Ronald left. Okay. I'm actually going to load up the real-time follower tracker. Instagram follower tracker. Go ahead and drop a maggot down below in that chat if you do want to come up and debate, y'all. We're just looking for some people to have a conversation with, and we're also going to be following my real-time following count on Instagram. Instagram handle, Dean Withers, search. All right, where are the MAGAs? Somebody in the chat says, Dean, why are you all about how many followers you have? I'm not. but 1 million followers is a huge accomplishment. Hey, what's up, Liam? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I want to know why you actually blocked my accounts, Dean.
No, because you're Liam. Talked to you like a billion times. Block that one too. Moving on. Let's go and get bound up on the life. Here we go. All right, guys. Let me know in that chat if you're MAGA. We're still just looking for the next guest. What's going on, Bound? Do you support Trump? All right, Bound is not here. I'm so sorry that it is taking quite a while to find the next debater. Where are they at? Aviation? It says that they're MAGA. Let's get Aviation nerd up on the live. All right, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded in. And Linda, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, Linda. Everybody, please show some love to Linda W in that chat. Let's get 200 Linda W's. What's going on, Aviation? Do you support Trump? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hey, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
19.
19, and what year were you born in?
2005.
2005, and what time is it?
October 18th. 1739, California.
Okay, sweet. So why do you support Trump?
Well, if you think about it, so Biden became president in January 2021,
That's true.
and he signed an executive order, which was 13990 on January 20th, 2021. And about immediately after that, gas prices did go up if you do look at charts.
Okay, what was the executive order for?
It was to, if I remember correctly, it was like
Wait, if you
to
remember
stop
correctly, like hopefully
drilling.
you'd have this like right in front of you. Oh, to stop drilling. So you think that Biden increased the price of domestic oil, the price of gas in America by stopping drilling in America, right?
Basically, yeah.
Okay. So do you know what the EIA is?
Nope.
Okay, well, I do. The Energy Information Administration is a branch, more so a department under our federal government, in which has been tracking the domestic level of crude oil production for like the last 120 years. Want to know another fun fact?
Sure.
You could
Why
go on
not?
Google, you could type in EIA U.S. crude oil production, and then click on the very first link you see. And what you'll like come to know once you look at the very visual graph is that the Biden-Harris administration oversaw the largest amount of crude oil production in this country that we've ever seen. So if you want to make an argument that they're bad for gas because they decreased American drilling, they're actually the best administration we've ever had for American drilling.
Let me look.
For sure. Chad, we're officially 2,000 followers away from 1 million followers on Instagram. We're officially 2,000 followers away. 2,000, y'all.
I mean, like, I guess you're right.
Boom! Look at you. Fact checking what I'm saying and determining that I'm right. Isn't that a cool little thing?
Okay. Second point, which I thought was kind of interesting that I looked into, that he was technically never convicted or wait, he was never.
Oh, okay. Continue, please.
So
Never
he
convicted of
was
what? Of his felonies? Okay.
he was never criminally convicted of grape.
Yeah, because he was held civilly liable for it.
Yeah, no, he was held civilly liable for sexual abuse and defaming.
Yeah, for grape and defamation. Yep.
Nope, it wasn't grape.
Oh,
It was sexual abuse.
So the
There's
sexual.
a big difference.
No, there's not. Hey, would you agree that grape includes the forceful penetration of a woman's female member with a man's fingers forcefully without consent?
Yeah.
Okay, then you think what he did to E. Jean Carroll was grape because the action that he was held liable for doing was penetrating her female member with his fingers, okay? The reason the court ruled this as sexual abuse, not grape, was because at the time in New York, they only defined grape as the penetration of the female member with a male member. They didn't have our definition, okay? But because their definition is so popular, they actually updated it a year later in 2023.
I mean, in a way, but like he wasn't criminally convicted, and you've been saying criminally convicted. He
No,
was
I've never said that.
liably
I've never said that in my life.
Are you sure?
I am positive. I'm 100% certain. In fact, I'm so certain that if you could find a clip of that, I'd give you $100.
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. I'm very, very careful with my words.
And then the 34 felonies that he was accused of.
No,
Can
not
you,
accused of. He was convicted
or
of.
like convicted of, in the state of New York?
Right.
They were 11 invoices, 12 ledger entries, and 11 checks. Correct?
I'm not aware of the specifics. Why does this matter?
Okay. It matters because, well, they weren't, well, most of them were only illegal in New York.
That's why they were state charges.
Yes.
Come on.
And like you keep on your
So
live, you keep saying like
he committed a crime where he was at when he did it.
Mm-hmm.
Is this supposed to be a surprise?
No, but like, how do I say it? Oh,
This
shit.
is quite the argument you got here.
Yeah, it's not very good at this.
Hey man, you know what? I'm being a little too hard on you. You're trying, and I genuinely do appreciate that. Not many people come up here with the exact number of an executive order.
I mean, that's all I came up with.
Okay. I mean, is there any like reasons why you do support the administration that you want to go over? Is that kind of it?
Or at least my life was better back then. In the past 4 years, like, I know it's not their fault, or a lot of it isn't the Biden and Harris administration's fault, but like the quality, or not quality, but like price of life between 2016 and 2020 was better for me. And 2020, it was COVID, so
I mean, obviously. I mean, like inflation is always like perpetual. I mean, you had like lower prices under Obama than Trump, lower prices under Bush than Obama, etc.
yeah,
But
but
I'd
it
also like to
like
point out that the
increased
inflation,
substantially.
the substantial increase in inflation at the beginning of the Biden Harris administration was caused by the pandemic, not by them. In fact, they did a whole lot to mitigate it.
Yeah. I also support Trump because, well, Harris kind of, I don't know, it's weird. She kind of, at the end of her campaign, she just started flaming Trump for everything.
As
And
she should, Queen.
but like,
Dude, he's a
in a way,
literal. She ran against a literal fucking fascist. Okay, obviously, like the public should know that. Let's just be for real. If I was in Kamala Harris's shoes, I would have grilled Trump harder than she did. And I bet the only reason she held back was because she knew that for whatever reason, people in politics don't like it that much. All right, but like the fact of the matter is, she ran against the devil. Okay, she ran against a fascist, a rapist, somebody who has economic policy that redistributes wealth from the poor to the rich. Okay. And her making sure that the public knew that was very important. And in fact, she probably saw more of a precedent in that than any of us did. Who was the only American shouting about how Trump was going to send America into a recession a year ago? Kamala
I
Harris.
mean,
Kamala
but like
Harris
also
was.
other people.
Okay. All right. Like she knew things that a lot of people didn't, and she wanted to make sure that as many people were informed as possible. And I think that was a very good thing that she did, a very leader-like thing that she did, something that demonstrated that she actually cares about the people.
I mean, I would have spent more of that time like saying what she was going to do in the next 4 years and not why they shouldn't vote for the other candidate. I think that elections should be about what they're going to do. And she didn't really explain that. She didn't go on very many podcasts. She didn't do very many, like,
So she actually
she
explained her
didn't do a
policy
lot.
better than Trump did. You know, like I'll just give you an example. She explained that she had some healthcare policy as it relates to capping the amount of that Americans could spend out of pockets for private pharmaceutical drugs. What was Trump's healthcare policy?
I have no idea off the top of my head.
Because he didn't have any. She had housing affordability policy to limit big corporations from buying single family homes, as well as the fact that she specifically wanted to give first-time homebuyers a $25,000 subsidy to buy newly developed properties. What was Trump's housing affordability policy?
Wait, what was it? Oh wait, he didn't have one.
Spot on. Okay. Right. And now, like, we could go in and compare economic policy, foreign affairs, etc. At the end of the day, not only did she have more policy that covered more topics, but the policy was better. So when you make the claim that she didn't describe her own policy, that's just simply a claim that is not true. That is propaganda from the right. Why do you have liberal reposts?
What?
Why do you have liberal reposts?
My page?
Yeah.
Because I like to see how both sides live.
I don't trust it. I don't trust it. We're going to go to move on. I mean, I didn't even look at his reposts. I just saw like everybody spamming about it. We're going to go ahead and get that next guest up in the box right now, y'all. Also, guys, please go follow my Instagram. Just search up Dean Withers. You will find it. Right now we are at precisely 998,155 followers. We are less than 2,000 followers away from 1 million followers. That is crazy. As well as, Nargina, thank you for the $30 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate you for the love, Nargina, everyone. Let's get 300 Nargina W's. Nargina says, hope you're having a good day. Happy May. Happy May, Nargina. Appreciate you for swinging by, and thank you for the $30 donation. What's going on, Z Rizzler? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why is that?
Well, because I just actually have a question for you based on the E. Jean Carroll case.
Oh, take it away.
What evidence is there?
I mean, I could go over that with you for sure, but like, you could also read the court documents if you want like a little bit more of a nuanced detail. Like, I'd recommend if you're curious enough to come up and like sit in my request box and ask me. Like, you're probably curious enough to spend like 15 minutes reading the court documents.
Well, from what I've seen, it was just testimony.
So no, that's not true. Evidence also include other things such as, a therapist notes from the 90s indicating that it is true alongside a dress that she did try to submit, claiming it had Trump's DNA on it. It was confirmed that it did have male DNA on it. However, Trump did deny to submit his DNA to the trial. And because of that, the judge did not accept it as evidence for the jury to use. But I mean, if you want like a consistent overview of like everything, I'd just highly implore you to read the court documents compared to asking me.
Yeah, so from what I've seen, E. Jean Carroll would not provide the index of information for the dress.
What?
E. Jean Carroll would not provide the index of information, and so Donald Trump would not submit his DNA.
What's the index of information?
Yeah, that's the dress.
She wouldn't. Did she
bring the actual dress into the court?
She tried to provide the dress for 2 years.
Did she bring it into the court?
How would I know?
Likely,
if she had to bring it into the court to attempt to submit it as evidence, then yeah, okay. But like, what is true is that she tried to submit it as evidence for 2 years, but the judge never accepted it due to the fact that Trump refused to provide his DNA.
Yeah, from what I've read, Donald Trump did not submit his DNA because that's what it's called, is the index of information, and E. Jean Carroll will not submit that.
So she wouldn't submit the dress.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Give me a source.
Sure. The court documents.
Could you be more specific?
Sure. Let me find it. And then about that gas thing, while I'm looking at it, didn't Donald Trump lease more land?
Didn't he lease? No, actually, in fact, the Biden-Harris administration's approved more leasing permits than he did. 50% more.
Well, they approved it. That doesn't mean he leased it. Yeah, Political Pro leans left. My source is BLM.
Politico Pro leans left, so it must mean that it's false.
That's from what I've seen, is it's a left-leaning source. But from what I've seen, do you think BLM's biased?
BLM, like Bureau of Land Management?
Yeah, so what they've said is Donald Trump leased more land.
I mean,
I would say BLM is not a biased source.
So when you say lease more land, does that mean to approve more like leasing permits?
Yeah, so Donald Trump auctioned off more of the land.
About like approving more permits. No, that's not true.
Yeah, but all Joe Biden did was sign that land on.
By approving the permit? What do you mean sign that land on?
Yeah, he approved it, but he never auctioned it. In fact, Joe Biden leased about 130,000 acres of land, and then Donald Trump did, I think, 78 million offshore 28 million onshore.
I'm confused of what you're
for
asking
oil.
because the way that it works is like you have to like what the federal government does is they have incoming permits basically requesting that they could like drill on this leased land. Okay, and they simply approved more of the permits to do the drilling. If you're saying that Donald Trump actually leased more new land, they just didn't have like the permits approved. Okay, and
Yeah, so yeah, it just approved over time, but Joe Biden signed onto that land to allow that
what do you
land
mean
to be
Joe Biden?
auctioned
What do you
off.
mean Joe Biden signed on to that land to allow the land to be auctioned off?
Yeah, so yeah, you had to sign the land to be leased off. From what I've seen,
What
what
does
I've
it mean
seen
to
from
sign the
the
land?
BLM,
What does it mean to sign the land?
to have it leased.
So when you say
But that
sign
was
the
all
land, you just
that
mean
was
to
all
have it
land that
leased?
Donald Trump auctioned off. What?
So you're saying to have it leased?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm not following the best. So
So
you're saying
Donald Trump auctioned off the land, right?
you're saying that more
But
land
to
was
have it fully
auctioned off,
approved,
so like it was leased to private
yeah,
companies
through
to do the
through
drilling.
the Trump
Okay,
administration.
but then Biden was the one who actually approved those companies to drill on that land.
Yeah, so Donald
Okay,
Trump auctioned it
and
off,
yeah,
and what Joe Biden did was
and
he
then
signed
Biden
onto it. So he allowed it to
and then
be
Biden
auctioned off, but
approved it
Joe Biden never auctioned
drilling
off
on the
any more
land
land.
because he was probably
Yeah, Joe Biden
approving
never.
drilling on the land that already existed.
No, because all Donald Trump did was auction it off. What Joe
I
Biden
know,
did
I
was
know.
sign
He
it.
did.
So
Yeah,
it wouldn't be
exactly.
able to. But
Donald
Joe
Trump
Biden never
just
actually
auctioned off the
auctioned
land.
off
He
that
didn't
much
approve
land.
the permits, right? So then
How
we had
much
all
how
this
much land did Joe
auction.
Biden?
So then we had
Okay,
all
wait.
this auctioned land that people wanted to drill on, but they couldn't because they didn't have the permits to. So then Biden approved the permits, approved 50% more
Yeah,
than the
but
Trump administration
how
did.
much land did Joe Biden drill off, or how much land did Joe Biden auction off?
You're saying that he auctioned off less. It makes sense if there's already a lot of already auctioned off land that people couldn't drill on because they didn't have approved permits. W. Biden.
W. Biden?
Yeah, you're telling me
Yeah.
that there was all of these companies drilling for oil in America and they already had the leases for the land, but they just couldn't actually drill on the land because Trump never approved their permits. So then Biden comes in and he approves 50%
That was all
more
okay.
permits
What Joe
than
Biden did.
Trump.
Yeah, so what Joe Biden did was he approved 130,000 acres of land to be auctioned off, right? That's about a fifth the size of Rhode Island. What Donald Trump did was he allowed what was it, 78 million
I've already
offshore.
acknowledged this
Yeah,
like 3
and
times.
so why wouldn't
And-
Joe Biden auction off more land?
Because there was already a lot of land that had been auctioned off that nobody could drill on.
Yeah, so he could auction off later, and then someone else could sign on it later.
I don't know what you're saying. Like I'll
know?
repeat what I just said. There was already a shit ton of land auctioned off by the federal government, by the BLM for people to drill on. Okay. And all of these companies wanted to drill on this land, but they couldn't drill on this land because they didn't have permits from the federal government and the BLM. Okay. So then when Biden came into office, he gave them all permits. And then that's when we drilled the most amount of oil that we ever have as a country. In fact, we drilled more oil for a year straight under the Biden-Harris administration than we did at the peak month max under Trump's administration.
Thanks
I
to
don't
Donald Trump.
understand how what I'm saying is confusing you. No, thanks to Biden. Trump's the one that you're saying
Yeah, because
approved the land to be
yeah,
drilled
thanks to
on.
Donald Trump.
But then
Donald Trump auctioned that off. All Joe
approved
Biden
the
did
land
was
to be
sign off the pen
auctioned.
saying that's okay.
Approved the land to be auctioned, but they never approved them to actually drill. It's
Yeah, you could
Biden that
auction off
allowed
and you
them
could
to
drill on
actually
later.
drill.
But he never auctioned that off.
But he didn't have to auction
How
off
much
new
land did
land
Joe Biden
because
drill?
people already had the land. They
Yeah, he
just
did.
didn't have the permits. What is confusing
Yeah,
you
they did.
about
Okay,
this?
so you can do it later on
So
night.
what? I'm
Do it
really
later on night.
confused. I'm really confused on like what like you're confused about with what I'm saying. Just to make sure that we're on the same page, can you repeat what I'm trying to tell you?
Yeah, you're trying to tell me that it's not auctioned off and it's not, or Joe Biden approved
What?
that land. Okay,
No,
just
you
'cause he
have no
approved
clue
it,
what I'm
just 'cause
saying.
Joe Biden approved that land.
You have no
Yeah, I
clue what
do.
I'm saying.
Just 'cause Joe Biden
No, you
approved
don't.
it.
You're not
Just 'cause-
repeating what I'm saying. You're not
All right, well,
repeating
you
what I'm saying.
you can tell me I don't know what I'm saying, but you said Joe
No,
Biden
I'm telling
approved
you that you
land,
don't know
therefore
what
it's thanks
I'm
to Joe
saying.
Biden.
I'm telling that you don't know
I do
what
know what
I'm
you're
saying.
saying. You're saying
No,
that
you-
Joe Biden approved it, so W Joe Biden. That's what you said.
Rizzler, I'm literally
I do
listen
have
to me.
Riz.
I'm telling you that you don't know what I'm saying. I just asked you to repeat what I said.
Am I lagging?
I just asked you to repeat what I said, and you
I did.
incorrectly repeated what I said.
I did.
So
I did.
No, you
Why are you
didn't.
getting flustered about this?
Because you're trying to tell me what I said.
You're getting flustered.
You're right. I am getting flustered because you're trying to tell me what I
Why are you
said.
getting flustered, Dean? It's okay.
Because A,
Take a
now
breather.
you're
Go take
interrupting
a
me every
anxiety
single
pen.
time I
Yes.
try to open my mouth, and B, you're trying to tell me what I
Have
said.
you not done that?
No, I
Have you not
haven't.
done
I
that?
have not done
Have you not
that.
done that?
So why are you getting
Yeah, you
flustered
have.
now? So
Yeah,
now
you
that
have.
you're losing the debate, you're starting to
I'm not
interrupt me.
getting flustered. I'm
Yes,
just
you
asking.
are. If you weren't getting
How am I
flustered, how
losing?
come because
I
you're
literally
interrupting me
repeated.
every single time I open my mouth? I guess he needs the forceful mute, but
Now
I'll
you
go.
mute me.
Yeah,
Now you mute me.
yeah, because you interrupted
It's
me.
okay.
It's common sense. If you interrupt me, you'll likely get muted. I'm so sorry.
Have you?
I feel like a lot of men on the
Well,
right
you
aren't
interrupted
used to
me
boundaries.
earlier, and when I repeated,
Thank you for
and
interrupting
then
me
when
like again. No more interruptions, please. I don't mind like reiterating the point for you that I was like attempting to make that you just simply couldn't understand. And like now I'm like starting to believe that you're like not understanding what I'm saying with willful ignorance because you know that it's true and you can't
but
contest
I
it.
literally told you
And
what you
now you're
said.
interrupting me again. Rizzler, I'm telling you that when you
Mute me again then. Mute me again then. Why not?
Rizzler, why don't I just kick you if you continue to interrupt me? I'll have a
I
productive
mean, why not
conversation
then?
with
Just
somebody
do it.
else.
Just do it. I repeated. I repeated, and then you said you didn't. So just keep me already then.
I'm telling you that you incorrectly repeated what I said. If you interrupt me again, I'll go ahead and kick you. So what I did say, and I'll repeat it for you because I am actually here for a productive conversation, unlike yourself. Are you ready to listen?
That's what I'm here for. Sure.
Okay. All right. So what I said is that it makes sense that Biden only approved 130 acres of new land for drilling because there was already so much land that these private companies had leased from apparently Trump's administration to drill on, but they couldn't actually drill on it because they didn't have the permits. So it made much more sense to say, we already have a shit ton of leased land. Okay, let's not direct our focus towards leasing more land. Let's direct our focus to making sure that leased land could be drilled on. All right. And because he made that decision,
So stop
it
leasing
increased the
land.
efficacy of the BLM and management of American drilling. And then that's why we produce the most we ever have as a country.
So we produced the most oil because we stopped auctioning off the land to drill on.
And rather focused on making sure that we actually could drill on the land that was already auctioned off. Yes.
Why couldn't we drill it up already then?
Because they didn't have permits.
Why not?
Because Donald Trump didn't approve a whole lot of those. The Biden-Harris administration approved twice as much as he did.
Because he was busy auctioning off. Joe Biden only approved. He never auctioned. He approved in his first year, and then he never auctioned off again. Why would he not auction off again?
I just told you.
Repeat.
For a fifth time. Okay, this is the last time I'll repeat it. The reason why the Biden-Harris administration didn't auction off too much new land to private drilling companies was because there was already a shit ton of private drilling companies with the land that had been auctioned to them already, all right, that they didn't have the legal authority to drill on because they didn't have drilling permits. Okay? So in other words, there's already a shit ton of land that had been auctioned off to these private drilling companies that no one could touch. All right? So when Biden and Harris got into office, they said, well, why would we focus on auctioning off more of this land when we could just simply focus on the land that's already been auctioned off and get to a point where American companies could actually drill on it? So then they approved 50% more drilling permits than Trump's administration did. And then they went on to oversee the highest level of domestic oil production ever in our country.
All right. Good boy for repeating. Now, what Joe Biden could have done is he could have auctioned off the land.
All right, we're going to go to move on. We got Josh loading up into the box. Everyone, just give us a minute. Yeah. See what I get when I'm like super good faith to the Trump supporters? Like, see what I get when I'm just like incredibly good faith. You know, like I'll have like children coming up in here interrupting me. And they make me like repeat myself like 10 times. But like ultimately when they don't have an argument, they just pull some shit like that. You know, this is why MAGA's weird. What's going on, Josh? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
05.
Are you going to slur?
Yes. Do you, Parker, and Harry have 3 sons?
Oh, I got him before it happened. Get out of here. Well, I mean, it was actually kind of like halfway through what he said. I don't know. I just knew. I just knew.
How's it going, my man?
I just literally knew. I just knew. What's going on, Gage? Do you support the Trump administration?
Heck no. Actually, I joined the live because I actually supported Biden, and I've always supported Biden. And
WU Gage! WU Gage! Show some love to Gage. Let's go. Base. Hell yeah. We're going to get Liberal Destroyer up in the live. Bug, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. That is BUGG. Thank you for the love, Bug. As well as Michelle. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Michelle says, thank you for all the time and the effort and the energy you've always put in. I've always been with you most of the live today. You've been doing all the work, but I'm exhausted. Happy Friday. Yo, happy Friday, Michelle. Thank you for the $50 donation. Can we please get 500 Michelle W's down below in that chat right now? As well as I'd like to thank Dustin for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. Show some love to Dustin and Michelle down below in that chat literally right now. I really appreciate the both of you, Dustin and Michelle. Show some love, as well as Tsunami.
Can you hear me?
With the 10 Australian dollars. Yeah, I can, man.
Why are you ignoring me?
Because I was thanking my donors.
What?
Because I was thanking the people that donated to me.
Why they donate to you? I would never understand that.
Because they like my content.
Yeah, but like, it's just, but they give you like $500 at one time. I think it was like a few nights ago. Like that's kind of crazy. Like someone would give a hard-earned money to you.
Jenna, thank you for the meteor shower. Did you know that like typically this is a losing argument for you? Because when you bring that up and you basically say that you don't like it when people donate to me, like typically what has happened in the past is more people donate to me then. Did you know that?
You just don't deserve it.
Aslan, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. And Kelly, thank you for the Rockstar.
Shush.
And if I was you right now, I'd just stop talking. Seriously. I would just act as if you don't care. Because when you act like you do care, that just simply encourages more donations.
Yeah, but no.
I guess let's see if he takes my advice.
You don't need the donations. Like go work somewhere. All right.
Oh, so
you have no job.
Great. Myth, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you for the love. And Tsunami, thank you for the 10 Australian dollars over on Super Chat as well. Shout out to Myth and Tsunami down below in that chat. So, what's a job? Because I think I have a job. You don't think I do. So what's a job?
A job is income. Like that's reliable.
A job is
reliable income.
I don't think that a job is necessarily reliable income. It's like preferable for it to be reliable, but if it's not reliable, it's still a job nonetheless. Thank you for the Galaxy and Aslan. Thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo saying that this guy sucks. So real, Aslan. Thank you so much. As well as Victoria with the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat just to piss off this dude. Yo, can you say W Victoria?
Okay? What did Victoria do for you? Like why? Like why should I say that?
Because she donated me $5, as well as W Erica with the $2.
You don't deserve the $5.
Okay, should I give it back?
Yeah, you should, because you need to get a real job.
Shelby, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo saying, hey guys, shut the fuck up. Thank you for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Shelby. Everybody, please show some love to Shelby down below in that chat. Can I get a W, Shelby, from you real quick for the $5 over on Venmo?
No.
Bug, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Can I get a W? Alexander, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Can I get a W, Alexander?
Drew. Okay.
W Bug, W Shelby, W Alexander, W Chris. With the $5 over on Venmo, say W Chris.
Get a job.
Stone with a $50 over on Venmo.
$50?
And Danny with a $50 over on PayPal. Everybody show some love to Stone and Danny with a $50 on Venmo, with a $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Stone and Danny. I do really appreciate you both so much, Stone and Danny. Everybody, please show some love to Stone and Danny. As well as Samantha with $5 over on PayPal. And Anna with the $5 over on Venmo. Stacy with the $10 over on Venmo. B with the $10 over on Venmo. Samantha and Jennifer with both with the $5 over on PayPal. I do really appreciate you guys so much for the love, but please show some love to Stone and Danny down below in that chat. As well as Tyler with the $25 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Tyler. Let's get $250. Meg with a $25 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Meg. Mama Suki with a $5 over on PayPal. And Angelica with a $15 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Angelica. Let's go. I really appreciate you for that, as well as Raven with a $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Raymond and Amanda. Amanda with a $50 donation on PayPal. Show some love to Amanda. Say W, Amanda. Say W, Amanda. Justine with a $10 on Venmo. Hannah with the $5 on Venmo. And Alexandria with a $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Alexandria. And Amanda. And Oliver with a $5 over on PayPal. I do really appreciate you for the love. I'd also like to thank Victoria with a $5 over on YouTube Super Chat. Dustin with the $50 YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you for the love. Allison with a $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Carla with a $25 over on YouTube Super Chat. Leah with a $10 on Venmo. Alba with a $1 on PayPal. Nick with a 10 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Jewel with a $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. B with a $5 over on Venmo.
You don't fucking, bro.
Oh, I appreciate you
You
guys so
don't
much for the love, as well as
fucking deserve this shit.
Angel with a $2 over on PayPal. I do appreciate you so much for the love.
You don't fucking.
Oh my God, Meg with a $25 donation on Venmo. Saying another one.
Why the fuck
Thank
y'all
you for the
giving this guy money? He
$25
didn't do shit for
donation
you.
over on Venmo, Meg. Crystal
didn't
with
do
a
shit for
$10
you.
on PayPal.
At all.
And Meredith with a $50 donation
doesn't
on
do shit for
Venmo.
you.
I appreciate you for the
fucking
love,
stupid for giving
Meredith and Meg.
Fuck her money.
Julia with a $2 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Julia. Thank you so
fucking
much for
pisses
the
me off
love.
that your parents
Are
can see
you
you.
real?
Pissing me off.
Rain with a $5 on Venmo. For the
Shut
big
up,
show money.
Dean. I'm talking.
Sorry.
Good boy.
Brian with the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Brian. On top of Rain, thank you guys so much for the love, God.
All right, it pisses me
I
off.
gotta
to
thank
think-
Devin with the $5 too on PayPal. I'm sorry.
You don't have to.
What about
okay.
Amanda with the $50
Dude, I
on
can't
PayPal?
wait till
What
the
the
end.
fuck, Amanda? I want to see 500 Amanda W's down below in the chat. Are you joking? Are you kidding me? 500 Amanda W's as well as no, thank you for the 5. I'm sorry, but like, oh, I had to think that. I had to thank Amanda. Are you joking?
Oh, you have to think. Every
As well as
single time you get-
Christopher with the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Christopher.
You don't have
and
to fucking
Peyton
name
with
it.
a $20
You don't
on
have to
Venmo.
name the
Thank you for the
fucking
love,
range next time
Peyton.
you
Thank you
get
so
it.
much for the love, Peyton. Everybody, please show some love to Peyton and Amanda down below in that chat.
You don't
Thank
have
you
to
so much.
name
I
it
do
every
really
time.
appreciate you so much for that love. Quite frankly, holy fucking shit, dude. With Meg with another $25. Thank you so
You
much
can
for the
wait
love,
to name
Meg.
the fucking
Please show
donations,
some love
not
to
now.
Meg down below in the
That
chat.
shit can
As
wait,
well as
Dean.
Sarah with a $100
Oh, you're
donation
a
on
fucking
Venmo.
dumbass for doing that shit.
Holy shit, Sarah! Sarah actually has a message
would
for
you
you.
give him $100?
Sarah says, "Cry
Why would
more."
you-
Sarah says, "Cry
actually-
more." Sarah
You're
says,
actually
"Cry more." Let's get
Cry
1,000
more?
W Sarahs
Cry
down
more?
below in the chat, as well as a lady with a $5
I'm
on
not crying,
Venmo,
bro.
Taylor with
I'm
the
not
$3
crying.
on Venmo. Thank you so
don't
much for
deserve
the love,
any of this
Sarah. I do
income.
really
You
appreciate
don't
you
deserve
for
it.
the
You do
love.
not deserve it.
Melanie,
You don't
thank you for the
fucking deserve
$5
it.
over on Venmo, and Shannon with the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. I do really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so
You
much.
don't
as well
fucking
as Morgan for the
appreciate it.
VR goggles.
You don't. Fuck.
Jenna, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Okay, man, go ahead. Thank you, Jenna. Go ahead, man.
You know, abortion. I don't think.
I'm sorry, but like Moises did just donate $20 on Venmo. And
You know, abortion,
Moises,
I don't agree
I
with
thought
it,
I'd
but it
really
would
let
be-
you know that I do appreciate you,
I wish your
Moises, for
parents
the
got an
$20
abortion.
as well as. This guy's pissed. Shelby, thank you for the $50 on Venmo.
Hey,
What the fuck?
abortion is not
Thank you
necessary,
for the
but
love,
for you, it'd be
Shelby.
necessary.
Thank you, Shelby, with the $50.
You gonna do shit with your
Thank
life? You
you,
sit behind a
Shelby,
fucking green
with the
screen.
$50 on Venmo. Oh my
Every
God.
fucking day.
As well as Amanda with a
You've been doing this
$50
shit since
donation
August.
over on PayPal saying MAGA tears. Thank you so much for the love, Amanda. Everybody, please show some love to Amanda. As well as Meg with a $15 on Venmo saying that I can't stop, keep it up. Summer, thank you for the $20 donation over on PayPal. Sid with a $75 donation
Sid?
over on Venmo. Holy fuck,
Sid is not smart.
Thank you so much for the love, Sid. Sid, because I don't appreciate it. Thank you for the love. Everybody,
You don't
please show some
appreciate
love
it.
to Sid.
You fucking
Robert,
forget about
thank you
people-
so much for the $20 over on
You forget
PayPal.
about people-
Thank you so much for the love, Robert. Christopher with the $10 over on PayPal for the abortion fund. Thank you for the love,
forget
Christopher.
About
Holy
the people
fucking
the next
shit.
day. Fuck. Like you think you appreciate it. You're like, oh, thank you. And then the next day, you don't even know who they are. It's all fucking. You're just playing it, you
I
know.
literally met Sid in person.
Well, Amanda or Shelby, how about those people, huh?
Shoshana, thank you
Met
so much
them?
for the $5 over on
Will you remember them tomorrow? I bet you won't.
I obviously haven't met
I wish
everybody.
they'd all stop fucking
I
donating to you
obviously
saying that
haven't
you're
met
God.
everybody that's like supports me in person. But
They
like,
should
I just
all-
thought I'd give you an example about like Sid. I mean,
They should all stop donating to you so you can get a real job and
Dude,
leave your fucking
just
house.
stop talking about it, man.
It pisses me off. You get all this free income and I don't.
Shelby, thank you for the go. So you're looking for a handout?
No, what do you deserve it?
Aaron, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, and Brian with the $10
what do you
on
do to deserve
PayPal. Thank you for the love, Brian and Aaron, as well as Lexi with the $5 on Venmo,
what
and
do you do
then
to
Brianna with the
deserve this
Galaxy.
shit?
I do appreciate you for the love.
Like-
I don't deserve anybody's money.
Then why the fuck are they giving you money then, dumbass? Fuck.
Probably because they enjoy my content. Fuck.
Did-
Nanda, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Bug, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Bug. Thank you so much, Bug. Yo, man, I'm telling you, just like act like it's not happening and it'll stop.
How much does
Let's
that
just talk about let's just talk about something else.
supposed to act like it's not happening when
Anthony, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I do appreciate you for the love as well as you with the $5 on PayPal. Okay, I'll take a break. But before I do, I really got to thank Daniel with the $25
You
on
don't have
PayPal.
to thank
you for
him.
the love,
That
Daniel.
can fucking wait till
Thank
the end
you
of the
so much,
stream.
Daniel. As well as Amber with the $20 on
You don't
PayPal
have
saying
to-
keep this guy's tears flowing. They don't want me to stop. Thank you so much for the love, Amber. Listen, let's just
Yeah, you need to stop fucking doing it.
just stop in your tracks and switch the conversation to a reason why you support Trump, and they will naturally slow down over time.
Okay. Alex Trump.
Also, I
was-
just want to clarify 1 second before you do. So I've seen like a couple people in the chat say, guys, this guest is set up. No, this is a real fucking human. A real human. A real person.
And I fucking hate you.
Dude, why?
It pisses me off your parents conceived you. Like, I wish you were never here. The life would be a better place. Charlie Kirk doesn't like you. I don't like you. My grandpa doesn't like you. Everybody hates my friends don't like you. My friends?
That's kind of harsh.
Because you're a fucking retard.
Oh, there you go. Okay, and goodbye. Dan, I appreciate you for the $10 over on PayPal. What the fuck? That guy was bothered. Wow. Stone, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Stone. As well as Savannah, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. And Moises, thank you so much for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. As well as Aslan with the $5 on Venmo. Hello, Gavin.
Hey man, how you doing? That was crazy.
Do you support Trump?
No, but I just finished watching Hassan, and I just had a quick question. Do you which side are you on? I'm just curious. That's all.
I mean, I tuned in for that for like an hour. I was honestly getting a little bit upset with like both of them, if that makes any sense. I'd say like forcing me to take a side is probably like not a position I could do. Plus it's just so much, and there's a lot that I don't know. Like when I was watching their stream for like an hour, there was like so many things that they were saying that I had to like turn around and like Google because I just didn't know what the fuck they're talking about. You know what I mean? Like there was just a lot involved.
I've been. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm maybe biased towards Hassan. I've been watching him a long time or months, but I still am trying to understand the jargon. So I just wanted your input. I appreciate it. But yeah, I will just
No
keep
worries,
watching.
man. Honestly, I just wish that I like a long-term goal of the left is hopefully just to like come together a little bit. You know what I mean? Like the left is so broken, man. It's like you got Hassan and Ethan and then Destiny and like me and other, like, it's just the left is a little broken, you know?
I wouldn't put you up there.
And
You've
I
actually
really-
provided me with the most non-biased info that I've gotten up there, I'd say. So thank you.
Yeah, man.
But yeah,
Okay.
you're right. The left side in general, definitely is a little weak. I would agree.
I just kind of want everyone on the left to like be able to like not be perfect, but hold themselves accountable and recognize if they do something wrong, to call themselves out for it and recognize that and like listen to other people, listen to the community, listen to the
True.
left.
And I think you're a good example of doing that.
I try. I try. I wouldn't say I'm the best example, but I'd say I want to be. I try.
Yeah.
But Gavin, I appreciate you for coming up.
Thanks, man.
I try. That's my position. I try. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest. What's going on? Verse, do you support Trump?
Jesus.
Did you just say I'm Jesus? What the fuck? What's going on? What's going on in this silly little queue of mine today? Let Jesus cook. Come back, God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was blasphemous as fuck. If you're in that queue, make sure that you support the current administration. We're going to go to get that next guest, Mr. Fredster, up at the box. Here we go. All right, guys. Here we go. Moving on to the next guest. Elias, thank you for the $5 over at Venmo. What's my favorite flavor of ice cream?
Yeah.
I don't know. I like really chocolate ice cream. Hello, what's going on, Fredster? Do you support Trump?
No, I just a quick one. I mean, from the other side of the pond, I wanted to say that I love the way that you really get under these guys' skin. Like the way you'll bring up like a fact and then they'll just be like, yeah, but Trump. And then there's like nothing really else that they say.
Well, man, I appreciate you for that. I try my best. Yeah, sometimes these debates can get a little bit annoyed, but I definitely say we do get under the skin of some Trump supporters quite frequently. Is this the same guy or a different guy? Is this the same guy or different? You the same guy or different guy?
I'm a different guy.
I don't know if I trust this. You seem
No,
you seem to be just kind of copying the last guy.
Oh no, I'm not. I promise I'm not.
Okay, what time is it?
Right now is 6:18.
What state are you in?
California.
Okay, all right. So you support the Trump administration?
Yeah, I do.
Why is your name Dean Withers Hater?
Disagree with the things you say, like the socialism that you spill.
You're a troll. Get out.
I love you, Dean.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. We're going to try to get Theodore up in the live. I'd also like to really thank Jackie. Jackie, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Jackie says, hi, my daughter is 17 and watches you to help try to have a conversation with her dad, who's unfortunately sounds like most of the people you debate. I've been watching a few streams and vids here and now. We appreciate what you do. Well, Jackie, thank you so much for the $20. And keep in mind, if there's anybody best fit to try to converse with more crazy MAGA family members, it's going to be a family member, you know, because I also have pretty crazy MAGA family members. I'm able to break through more to them than the people in my life, even though they are just as insane of a lot of people on my stream. But also just keep, safety in mind. That's also really important. What's going on, Theodore? Do you support Trump? I remember you. This guy always cooks. Incredible. 10 out of 10. 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 That's the second time that this guy has come up on my stream. He's really good at whatever the hell that is he does. Okay. He's like, that guy's like really good at whatever the hell he does. Okay. All right. I think that's a banjo. Okay. He cooks on the banjo. All right. Let's be real. Let's be real. Quite frankly, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Great. Okay, great. What the fuck is going on? Sorry. We need to lock in. Okay. We need to very seriously lock in, chat. Jeez. All right. We're going to go get that next guest up in the live, guys. If you're in the stream and you are MAGA and you would like to debate, let me know down below in that chat by spamming MAGA and I will get you up here. If you are simply watching and you like what you see, spam those likes and share that live while we get this next guest up into the box right now. Moving on. Hey, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
Hi, no, I actually just wanted I'm really very, very sorry. I love you so much. I adore your content. I'm obviously from Ireland. I'm not from America. I just I really just want to express to you the fact that the fascism and racism and extremism in America is insane to me. It's psychotic, and I admire what you do so much, and it's crazy to me that you deal with this on a day-to-day basis. That's just it's genuinely insane, and I have been waiting here just because I can't comprehend the fact that this is just something that you have to just deal with, and it's something you have to debate. The it's monstrosity. It's insane how people talk about other people through politics in your country. It's genuinely psychotic.
Well, I definitely understand that perspective from outlooker's perspective. Thank you so much for coming up. I do appreciate that. I'm going to continue to respond to you, but I am going to drop you because we are just looking for debates. Yeah, I've had a lot of those conversations with people outside of America. They just kind of look into American politics and they're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, even like people like outside of America on the right, even like look at it. They're like, bro, what? Like, I'm pretty sure even like the Trump of Canada still supported universal health care, man. It's like, yeah, it's bad. It's bad, man. It's bad. It's really bad. Hey, also, Alyssa, thank you for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Alyssa. Everybody, please show some love to Alyssa. What is going on, man?
Yeah, nothing much. From Australia. Just wanted to say.
As a kid, their bio was 50% white, 50% white. Okay. Hello, do you support Trump?
Hi. I actually wanted to talk about his mindset with the tariffs.
I'm sorry for dropping you really fast. I actually didn't mean to do that. I was getting ready to. I was gonna let you finish speaking first, but then I got a thing that popped up and it said I got a violation. It was from somebody else, and then I accidentally kicked you. But we are just looking for some debates, y'all. We are really just looking for some debates at the moment. But I do really appreciate y'all.
Hello?
What's going on, Shelby? Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. I actually work for Head Start, and I wanted to get on here to spread the word that Trump is trying to defund Head Start. We had a meeting this week about Trump trying to defund Head Start, and if you go to Community Action's Facebook page, you can sign the letter to Congress to help us fight back.
Hey, well, Shelby, I'm going to look into what Head Start is because I haven't personally heard of it. With a quick Google search, it looks like something I should know about, so I'll make sure that I'm educated there, and I appreciate you for coming up. It looks like it's like a big deal. It looks like it's a really big deal. All right, guys. Check Instagram followers. Yeah, where are we at? We're at 998,500. So we are 1,500 followers away from 1 million followers on Instagram. Holy shit. That's nuts. That's like crazy nuts. Oh, man. Well, at this point, looks like we're kind of out of guests. And I mean, and we're at like 4 hours. What should we do? What should we do, guys? Should we try to get like one last conversation going? Yeah. Okay. All right. We're going to try to get one last conversation going. Hey, what's going on? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Get out. All right, guys, we may just be done for the night. We may just be done for the night, y'all. We may just be done. We're at 4 hours. It may just be time to end. But before we do end, Tobias, thank you for the $5 in Venmo asking if I still play guitar. I do. I do still play guitar. I was actually playing guitar earlier today and piano. And when I get off I think I'm gonna head over to my buddy's house and we're gonna jam. Okay, let me tell you about this guy that I'm gonna go jam with. He is the most musically inclined motherfucker I've ever met in my life. He can freestyle sing while playing the piano or guitar. Meaning, I name a word, he starts singing. Like very great, very, very great voice. And something that we did last time I went over and I jammed with him, I just started playing some random like 5-3-1 chord progression. And then I was like, he was like, David Word. I was like, water. And this guy just started fucking singing. And the beautiful singing while I was hitting like this chord progression and kind of turned it into a little bit of an improv. And it ended up just sounding like this great song. You know what I mean? But I think tonight we're going to do Rivers and Roads, if you know what that song is. Winnie, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. I do really appreciate that. We're going to do Rivers and Roads tonight. We're going to figure that one out. But hey, guys, honestly, let's see if we could hit 1 million followers on Instagram before I get off. So I'm less than 1,500 followers away. If you're in my TikTok comment section, you should drop the @ to my Instagram @ Dean Withers without the E. DeanWithers. You should just start spamming that down below in the chat. Same thing with the YouTube. I really want to see if we could hit this. Dude, that is just such a crazy landmark. And once again, somebody in the chat earlier was saying you really seem concerned with how many followers you have. I'm not. Never have been. But 1 million followers is a big fucking deal. You know, like I actually... When I hit 1 million followers on Instagram, didn't say anything. 2 million, on TikTok, didn't say anything. 2 million on TikTok, didn't say anything. 3 million on TikTok, didn't say anything. But like for whatever reason to me, like 1 million Instagram followers is just like nuts. You know? I don't know why I think that's so nuts, but it is. So if you're one of the 4.4 thousand people in the TikTok stream or 2,000 people in the YouTube stream, and you're not following me on Instagram, you should. We're around 1,000 followers away. We're about 1,000 followers away, guys. We're about 1,000 followers away. Okay, right now we're at 998,721. Maybe let's see if we could get to 999. Monta, thank you for the $10 on PayPal saying play piano for us. I'm a pianist myself and I love to hear you play. I might be able to play a little something. Maybe like we could just hang out for a little bit before I hop off. I do have my little keyboard behind me. I could. As well as Deborah. Oh my God, Deborah, really? Thank you for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Just saying donation. Thank you, Deborah. Everybody, please show some love to Deborah down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you so much for the love. That's incredibly kind of you, Deborah. Show some love to Deborah down below, literally right now. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind of you. Shout out, Deborah. All right, so we are now less than 1,200 followers away on Instagram. 998,835. So we have a little over 1,100 followers to go. All right. Sorry. I got a text from my girlfriend. Gotta answer her. You already know. We're 1,100 followers to go. Why are we so close? Sorry. I was like leaning over my phone to get on my laptop. 1 million party? No, I don't do that. But it's like cool. It's like I don't know, like when I see people do that, I'm like, oh, you know, that's sick. I just don't think I have like the I don't have enough friends. Or like the drive. Should I like finally do that though? Because I've just never been one to do it. Yeah, I'll think about it. 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 Where is Parker? I think it's time I answer some questions from the chat. Right now, Parker's taking a little bit of a break. He put out a statement in his Discord about why. And at the earliest, he'll be back on May 8th. Just know that he's 100% justified in doing so. 100% justified. Yeah. Yeah, 100% justified. If you want to know more, please feel free to go read his statement in the Discord. I'm sure if you ask, people will give it. We've been talking about it a lot. We've been talking about a lot of things a lot. Yeah, I really appreciate everyone in my Discord. I also wanted to say shout out to all the people in my Discord. I've been having a lot of really good conversations in like the last couple days with people in the Discord, people on various different lives. Link to the Discord's in the link tree in the bio. I really think everyone on there is pretty cool. So shout out to everyone in the Discord that I've been conversing with over the course of the last couple days. And by the way, I also thought I'd point out that if you have any questions about the Unfuck America tour or my involvement, or like anything even related, at this point, I've addressed everything. Yes, there's not one thing I have not addressed somewhere on the internet. And I think that the culmination of me addressing everything as now exists like on the Discord, if that makes any sense. Like in one way or another, like my statement, my thoughts, my feelings on everything are on the Discord. So if like I've seen a couple people, like in the comment section of this live asking questions about it. And like, you could, whatever question you have, I've answered it already. And it's centralized to the Discord. Just thought I'd throw that one out there. Oh my God. Dude. Adam, thank you so much for the $200 donation on PayPal. Dude. Thank you so much, Adam. Adam says, W and Parker always. Dude, W always. Can we please show some love to Adam down below in that chat? Because of how fucking unreal that is? I don't deserve that. Thank you. Thank you, Adam. Let's get 2,000 Adam W's down below in that chat while we're hanging out. 2,000, dude. That's awesome. It's very kind of you. Thank you, Adam. Thank you so much. No, you guys are very kind. All right. Let's see where we're at on that following count on Instagram. Then somebody else says in the TikTok, good. Don't leave any unfinished business. Yes. Yeah, I agree. And I've felt like very like anxious about that because like, although I've like either commented on, addressed, or responded to like everything, I obviously can acknowledge that hasn't reached everyone on the internet, but I have. So it's worth going to the Discord. It may, obviously, because I'm shouting it out on the live right now, it may take a while until you could get in because we kind of have a ticket system. So just because like right now there's probably a massive influx of people going over there, it may take a while to kind of get processed into the space. There's too many tickets open, can't verify. We're already at that point. Yeah. I'd say check back in like 24 hours. And you'll be good. Hell yeah. Dean, no one else is on? Am I the only like debater on right now? Shanice. Shanice, can you please text me? Can you please? I think we need to talk. It's been a while. We need to chat, Shanice. I'll text you. I'll text you, Shanice. Everyone's cooked. Fuck. All right. Let's see. What are we at? What are we at over on the... Oh, shit. Mallory, thank you for the $14 over on the YouTube stream, as well as Charles with a 5. Appreciate that. Let's see what we're at on the Instagram. Oh, my God. Okay, what are we at? We're at 998,950 followers. If 50 of you, just 50 of you, went to my Instagram at Dean Withers, hit that follow button, 999K. Boom. Do it. Please. Okay. 958,000. Wait, sorry. 967, 975. 20 more people. Are we at it? And we've hit it. 999,000 followers on Instagram. Oh my God. Okay, guys. If 930 of you followed my Instagram at Dean Withers right now, we'll hit a million. 900. Now it's like 880. Now it's like 880. 870. 860. Wow, it's going fast. 850 more people to go until we're at a million on Instagram. 840. 830. Oh, it's slimming down. 800. Okay, 820. Okay, 810. Wow. Okay, 800. We are 800 followers away from a million on Instagram. That's crazy. Are we done debating for the day? Yeah. We did 4 hours of debates. Now we're just going to hang out. The only reason why I haven't hopped off yet is because I want to see if we could hit a million fucking Instagram followers. By the way, if you're curious what I'm tracking this on, Social Blade. We're 750 followers away. I think as soon as we hit a million, I'll probably hang out on here for a little bit. And then I'm going to go live on Instagram for just 5 minutes just to say thank you. Oh my God. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Okay. We're 700 followers away from a million. Moonlight, thank you for the $35 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Moonlight. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for love, Moonlight. Everybody, please show some love to Moonlight down below in the comment section for the $35. Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you. Raver Cat, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. All right, what are we at? It's 660 more followers to go. There's actually 666 there for a second. Whoa. Who's my very first follower? I actually think that I have DMs with them. Funny enough. I think that they hit me up maybe about a month ago. Fun fact. Sid, thank you for the $5 in Venmo. Y'all remember your Finstas too? Hell yeah. So somebody in the Discord, let's go. Celebration movement. Sorry, music. Should we? I think that I wish I would have prepared better for this. I really wish that we would have. How long have I had Instagram? Oh, a long time. Fun fact, the account that I use actually used to be a Fortnite account. Fortnite. Oh my God. Okay. We're nearly 600 followers away. Hey, just pointing out for everybody new that's in the TikTok and the YouTube stream, I'm 600 followers away from 1 million followers on Instagram. Somebody says I'm literally followed by celebrities. Who? What celebrities follow me? Y'all gotta let me know. I'm so curious. I gotta know. Paul Wesley? Who's Paul Wesley? Who's that? Who's Paul Wesley? What does Paul Wesley do? Sophia Izella? She mentioned me in her story the other day. I saw that her mom likes to watch my streams. Oh, somebody from Vampire Diaries. That's crazy. Okay. We are 500. Followers away, roughly 580. That's nuts. Trixie Mattel follows him too. Oh, did I think? Oh yeah, Trixie Mattel. I saw when I got the notification that Trixie Mattel followed me, and I looked at their page. I was like, they look really familiar. They look really familiar. They're like a big time drag queen, right? Like super big time. Yeah, that's what I thought. You know, because like I'm personally like not too knowledgeable in drag queens, but I looked at them. I was like, I've seen this person before. So that means that they're like pretty big. Pretty big. Yo, shout out to Evie in the chat who said I'm making my mom follow you. Dude, you're awesome. All right, guys, we are officially 550 followers away. 550 followers away, that's it. Wait. Somebody from Umbrella Academy? Rainbow from Umbrella Academy? Who from Umbrella Academy? It's one of my favorite shows. Wait, I gotta know. That's crazy. Apparently somebody from the Breakfast Club? Dude. Oh, man. Did I hear that RuPaul was related to Cory Booker? I actually have heard that before. Yeah. I actually have heard that one before. Guys, if you're watching right now and you're not following me out on Instagram, you should go hit that follow button. Right now, quite frankly, we are 530 followers away from 1 million followers. If you want to be my millionth follower on Instagram, you should go follow it right the fuck now. Pink follows me? What? There's no way. There's no way that Pink follows me. What the fuck? I don't believe that one. I gotta check that one out for myself. Why the fuck would Pink follow me? Oh. That's crazy. Pink does follow me. Wow. That's nuts. Jasmine Crockett follows you? No, you gotta be fucking with me. I feel like there's a lot of people in the chat that are not telling the truth. Yeah, that was a lie. Stop trolling. Raver, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate that. I did it. It's over. Pink. Yeah. What's my Instagram username? Oh, guys. Wait, I just copy and pasted the wrong thing in my YouTube chat. Guys, if you want to follow my Instagram, possibly be my millionth follower, just do @DeanWithers on Instagram. And you can find it super easily. Yeah, Pink is crazy. Pink is crazy. That's probably the craziest one yet. Pink is like just like literal celebrity. That one's nuts. We are 460 followers out from 1 million followers. Azur's from Family Guy. You know, funny story. I've never personally met him, but I've known of him for quite some time. My first year at Boulder, I actually was privileged to meet the son of the original dude who they had voicing Cleveland for like 20 years. And because of that, you know, I think there's like one point where I had somehow in some setting had a conversation with Azur's. Brianna, thank you so much for the galaxy. That was Phil Lamar. Yeah, Phil Lamar's kid. Yeah. That's crazy, huh? Went to school with him. He was one of my buddies for my freshman year of college. That one was nuts. Oh, guys. Oh, no. We are a little bit over 400 followers away from 1 million on Instagram. $1 million celebration cake. I think the way I'm going to celebrate is just jamming with my bud, you know? Reset? Oh, I better get off. Yo, Parker get a job follows me? No way! Dude, wait, oh my God. Somebody in my Discord just sent a message of like 4 accounts that just followed me. One's called We Love You, Dean. Another's called I Love Dean Withers. The other's called Dean Wither Lover. The other one's called Dean Wither See He. Yo, whoever that is, whoever's out there, okay, whoever you are, I love you too. I love you too. Now the whole Discord is spamming that he's here. I am here. Lovey says leave. No says he's fine, that I am. All right, guys. We are 387 followers away from 1 million on Instagram. Y'all. Holy shit, that's a really good drawing. Me with a mustache. That's crazy. Whoever did that, I love you. That's a nuts. Mod spin that shit. If you haven't followed me on Instagram yet, go do it right now. We are so close to 1 million followers on Instagram. So close. So fucking close. Okay? All right? At Dean Withers. At Dean Withers. What the fuck? Mark Cuban follows me. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Channing Tatum follows me. Channing Tatum? What are you doing here? Oh, that one's the craziest one. That one's crazy. That one is nuts. That one's the craziest one yet. That one, okay. Okay. All right. Channing Tatum is the craziest one yet. That one's nuts. So it's like Mark Cuban. Oh my God. I need to hit up Mr. Cuban. You know, get him to be the Elon Musk of the left. We need some help, Mr. Cuban. Counter the oligarch. Counter the oligarchy with the oligarchy. I gotta say, out of billionaires, he's probably the best. All right, guys. All right, guys, we are so close. 2 million. How close? Let's see. 260 followers away. Damn. Damn. Y'all got to start spamming my Instagram in the TikTok chat and in the YouTube chat. Nick Cannon follows me, bro. What? No way. Oh my god, he does. What the fuck does Nick Cannon follow me? That one's a random one. He was a really good host of the what do you call it? He was a good host of America's Got Talent. He was. And Masked Singer as well. Somebody just followed me called No Way You Lost Tic-Tac-Toe. I don't care how close I am to 1 million. If you are No Way You Lost Tic-Tac-Toe, unfollow me right the fuck now. Okay. This is a moment of high suspense and I'm still saying, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That one's gonna go down in the history books. That one was bad. I really made a fool of myself with that. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. Okay. All right. God, guys, we're 220 followers away. And I honestly, I gotta go soon. I gotta go ASAP. Because I told my friend we jam at 8. It's 7:54. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, guys. Let's see how close we are. Somebody followed me named Dean's Bald Spot. Somebody else followed me named Dean is 5'6". Oh, jeez. Oh no. Do I like Alex O'Connor? Actually, yeah, I do. I feel like if you don't like Alex O'Connor, you're kind of weird. You know what I mean? Like Alex O'Connor, at least from what I've seen of him, is like probably like one of like the best journalists ever. Because he talks to everyone and he just finds a way to do it where there's pushback applied to bad beliefs, but it's still just really respectful so they feel comfortable in talking. All right, guys. Dean OMG Pope Francis. Stop. 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 Okay. We are 160 followers away from 1 million followers. 160. If there's 160 people out of the thousands that are watching right now that don't follow me on Instagram, go to Instagram, type Dean Withers into the search bar. We are so close. Sid, thank you for the $25 donation over a Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Sid. That is incredibly kind of you. Everyone, please show some love to Sid down below in that comment section right now. That is so incredibly kind, quite frankly. Quite frankly, as well as everyone, thank you for the super chats. Shin, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube super chat. How close are we? How close are we? Oh, 109. 109 fucking followers away. 109. 109 followers away. Oh, 80! 80 followers away from 1 million! 80! Oh my god. 70! 60! 50! 50 followers away. 40? 40? 30? 30 million? 30 followers away from 1 million. 20, 14, 9, 4, and 1 million. Let's go. Oh my God. Wait. Gotta refresh on the Instagram. And there it hits. Oh my. Michelle, thank you for the fireworks. I appreciate you for the love. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. That's insane to me. Thank you for the fireworks. I appreciate you, Michelle. Brandon, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you guys so much. That's some crazy shit. That is like seriously some crazy fucking shit. I want. Y'all are saying that I did it? No, we did it. Okay? Every single one of those numbers representing the 1 million followers on Instagram is a person that has enjoyed my content enough on the platform to hit a button to see more in the future. And I want to make it clear that I appreciate you guys so fucking much. 1 million followers is outrageous. And while that is a big accomplishment because it's a 1 million followers, I think what it more so shows is just the amount of people in this country that are so fucking ready and willing to get involved and learn more about their politics of their country, that they're willing to hear a 20-year-old white boy out for what he has to say. usually, you don't usually do that. So, just know that I really appreciate you guys. Just know that I really appreciate you guys. And that's nuts. That's fucking insane. And oh my God. Oh my God. Yo, Briar with the $100 over on Venmo saying, congratulations on 1 million, Dean. We are so proud of you. Thank you so much for the love, Briar. That is seriously nuts. That is fucking nuts. Thank you for the $100, Briar. Everybody, please show some love to Briar down below in that comment section, as well as to Witty for the $100 super chat over on YouTube saying congratulations. I can't just be more proud of you. If I were twins, just thank you. Thank you, Winnie, for the $100 super chat. That is nuts. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Briar. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That is incredibly fucking kind of you. Holy fuck. Some honorable mentions. We got Dean Withers ankles. We got I fucking hate Charlie Kirk. We got Evil Dean. We got Give Me Your DNC Money. And Q Top loves Dean? That's a weird one. That's not an honorable mention. Thank you so much, Discord, for listing the honorable mentions. And y'all said Dean, who was a millionth. On my screen, it went from 996,000 to 1,000,006. I could figure it out, though. Should I figure it out real quick? $122. Okay. I just need to count 122. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 122. Boom. Found him. Found him, chat. That's funny. That's really funny. I found him. I found the millionth. I gotta follow him back. That's funny. Dude, it's some dude named Dylan. Oh, that's funny. That's really funny. Dude, shout out Dylan. Shout out Dylan. Okay. All right. I'm going to DM him. Hi, Dylan. You were my millionth follower. Shout out Dylan. All right. I just let him know. I just let him fucking know. While so in the profile picture, I see like an older guy, and then like what I think is gonna be that guy's children. I'm hoping that Dylan's the dad, not like this 12-year-old son. I guess we'll see. We're really hoping that it's the dad. We'll be able to tell by his response. We'll be able to tell by Dylan's response. We'll be able to gauge. We'll be able to gauge. Give us a second here, y'all. And then I'm gonna pop off after this. Amanda, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, as well as Eric. Thank you for the 30. Thank you for the love, Amanda and Eric. Everybody, please show some love to Amanda and Eric down below in the chat. Thank you guys both so very, very, very much. And then Raver, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. All right, guys. I love you all. I'm going to go ahead and hop off for the night. Go jam out with my buddy. I may do like a short 5-minute live on Instagram just to thank everyone over there, because that's crazy. I hope that you all have a really good rest of your night. Love each and every single one of y'all. Good riddance, chat. For everyone on YouTube, I love you. Good night. See you tomorrow. Bye.